can I invite everyone to take their seats, please? Thanks. Dear Minister Stojceva, dear Dr. Bell, dear Professor Jančeva, distinguished guest colleagues, special good morning to all our online participants today. For me, it's a great honor to be moderating today's conference on the Regional Innovation Valleys for Bioeconomy and Food Systems. It's an important event, not only for the audience today, but it's an important event for the next year because I believe it will give main headlines and it will underline the importance of the European bioeconomy strategy. And even more, it will make an alert to policymakers, to researchers, to managers, and of course to the innovation community that it's really, really time. There is no time anymore to spend. We have to act. I think the whole conference today motto will be under this very important call. It's time to act. So please allow me now to present our distinguished guests today that will open the conference. Here today with us is our host, of course. This is Professor Kristina Jančeva, Director of the Agricultural University of Plovdiv. She is a rector of the university already for 2 mandates, and she also, of course, is a researcher in soil science, plant fertilization, animal and human nutrition and agronomy at the Department of the Crop Science. Thanks to her efforts, already 5 years ago, 2018, Plovdiv became the hotspot on the European agenda for bioeconomy. Thank you, Professor Jančeva. Also, she is Vice Chair of the General Assembly of the first of its type European University Alliance, Uni-Green. So agriculture and the transformation of agriculture is really high on the agenda of higher education and research also because of her efforts. Today we will have the pleasure to have the first video of the new designated Commissioner for Research and Innovation, Culture, Education and Youth, Madame Ileana Ivanova. She used to be a member of the European Court of Auditors for more than 10 years, a member of the European Parliament. She has various experience in investments and business analysis. She has been working in a banking institution, and it's very important the connotation that she was working as a coordinator for the international financial institutions within the Ministry of Agriculture and Food. So it's nice that also the new commissioner has links with this sector. And for me it's a great honor and pleasure to present something more about our Minister of Innovation and Growth today. This is Madame Ileana Stojceva. Welcome. It's really very important that we have today her support here because it's not only about higher education and research, it's also about how we bring research to innovation communities and overall how this will support the growth of regions and of countries. Madame Stoicheva is a long-time CEO of Junior Achievement Bulgaria, part of the global network of Junior Achievement worldwide. She has worked systematically for digitalization, modernization, and development of higher education and startup culture in Bulgaria. She taught innovation and entrepreneurship at the European Institute of Innovation and Technology and was responsible for the innovation and transformation strategy of EIT Culture and Creativity. She is the recipient of Junior Achievement Worldwide's highest global leadership award, Surya Sauti, for 2021, presented in recognition of making a social impact through economic empowerment, and the Women Leadership Award of the US Embassy in Bulgaria as well. So she has more than 20 years of experience in leadership positions, and she is really one of the people that make the awareness of the society that entrepreneurship culture, developing of entrepreneurship skills among the young generation students and in the higher education is extremely important if we want to make a difference today. So welcome, Madame Stoicheva, once again. I don't know how much I should present Dr. John Bell, because I believe we, or most of us know us, that are many years in the system, but anyhow, it's very important also for the newcomers in the field, because we have a lot of young researchers, a lot of entrepreneurship companies, and we have among us also policy makers. I want especially to share with them that Mr. John Bell is a long-standing friend of Bulgaria. He used to work in the cabinet of the Bulgarian commissioner, so I believe that he also knows few important Bulgarian words. Благодаря, John. And he's now leading one of the key directorates within the Directorate General for Research and Innovation called Healthy Planet. He is responsible for the policy transitions in climate change, bioeconomy, food systems, environment, biodiversity, water, circular economy, oceans, and overall the European Green Deal. Basically, in his hands are more than 10 billion Horizon European Research and Innovation programs, which are there to make possible the transition of our society to the goals of to the Sustainable Development Goals and to the European Green Deal. As chair of the EU Governing Board of the 2 billion Circular Bio-Based European Institutionalized Partnership with Industry, he leads also the deployment of EU Bioeconomy Strategy, and I believe he already marks the last decade of the importance of the participation of the industry in this transition. John is the Deputy Mission Manager for the European Commission Moonshot Green Deal mission, Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030. His commitment to international research and innovation cooperation ranges from the Atlantic Ocean, Galway and Belém Alliances, Arctic Cooperation, International Bioeconomy Forum, Global Earth Observation, and many others. It's once again, dear guests, extreme honor that I'm moderating this session. Usually the moderators always make small mistakes. I forgot to present myself. My name is Karina Angelieva, and I'm Dr. Honoris Causa of the Agrarian University, and I'm happy that I support the new bioeconomy European strategy during the Bulgarian presidency some years ago. So I will be the moderator today, and it's a pleasure to be here once again, Plovdiv. Now I would like to invite Professor Jančeva, Director of the University, to give address to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Dear Minister Stoicheva, dear Dr. John Bell, dear European Commission representatives, academicians, and distinguished guests. I have the privilege to open the launching event of the Regional Innovation Valleys for Bioeconomy and Food Systems, and to welcome all of you to Bulgaria's oldest research and educational institution specializing in agricultural-related sciences, the Agricultural University of Plovdiv. Today, the university is a national leader in crop production, plant protection, and animal husbandry with close relations with the industry and national and local authorities, with international recognition involved in many transnational networks providing training for students from Europe, Africa, Balkan countries, and Central Asia. We are proud to be a member of the European University Alliance UniGreen. This is the first green university in Europe for agricultural science and biotechnology. For the present event, the Agricultural University is a meeting point for the research and innovation ecosystem of the European Union. The event is being jointly organized by the European Commission, Directorate General for Research and Innovation, and the Agricultural University of Plovdiv in close collaboration with Bioeast Initiative. We will discuss the transformative pathways to sustainable and resilient bioeconomy and food system, implementing the concept of the regional innovation valleys. In a changing world, these innovation hubs have emerged as drivers of progress, economic growth, fostering collaboration, and unlocking the potential for our regions. Regional innovation valleys aim to create innovation and technological ecosystem with specific geographic regions. This initiative has a significant impact on the local and global economy and the development of technology and innovation in different fields. They inspire individuals to take risks, to dream big, and to turn their ideas into reality. They attract talent from all over the world in technology, science, and business, creating a crossing point of ideas and perspectives. Collaboration is a keystone of the regional innovation valleys because they engage major stakeholders from academia, industry, and local authorities to address urgent social challenges. A focal point of this event is the regional innovation valleys for bioeconomy and food system. This is because they have a crucial role in ensuring food security, safety and quality, and smart specialization in rural areas. They have an important transformative impact on different bioeconomy sectors. This impact is especially relevant for Central and Eastern European countries with untapped potential for bioeconomy development. The development of the regional innovation valleys and their networks is expected to contribute to development of the regional bio-based industries, to safeguard the regional, national, and European food security, stimulate entrepreneurship, foster collaboration, and promote sustainable agri-food system. However, the new European Innovation Agenda and the implementation of the regional innovation valleys require new competencies and experts in bioeconomy and food system. Therefore, educational institutions have the important mission to provide education in new areas such as deep technologies, precision farming, healthy food system, and etc. Today's event provides an opportunity to share knowledge, experience, new ideas, and approaches to innovation for a prosperous and sustainable future for all. I want to thank you all for making this event possible. It's a result of your dedication and readiness to adapt to new realities and to employ the power of innovation to develop stronger European regions. Dear participants, on behalf of the European academic community and the Agricultural University of Plovdiv, I wish you fruitful work and successful launch of the European Regional Innovation Valleys for Bioeconomy and Food System. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jancheva. I would like now to ask our colleagues to prepare the video address of Commissioner Ivanova. Unfortunately, she was not able to join today as she took the position very soon, but I believe she will be our very big friend of the idea of the regional innovation valleys for bioeconomy. Also, there was a small change in the program, but we have the confirmation that the Prime Minister will also acknowledge our event later. So now, please, colleagues, are we ready with the video of the Commissioner? Thank you.
Уважаеми господин министър-председател, уважаема госпожо министър, уважаема госпожо ректор, уважаеми дами и господа, за мен е истинско удоволствие да се обърна днес към вас по повод стартирането на регионални иновационни долини за биоекономиката и продоволствените системи. Въпреки че не съм лично с вас, бих искала да изразя силната си подкрепа за това начинание. А то има и много други поддръжници, съдейки по многобройното участие. Това показва желанието иновациите да бъдат въведени на практика и да бъдат използвани и на местно равнище, където хората живеят и работят за постигане на по-устойчиво бъдеще за всички нас. Искам в началото да благодаря на министър-председателя академик Денков за неговата подкрепа и на ректор Янчева, че ни посрещна в този дом на иновациите в областта на храните и биоекономиката. Изправени сме пред редица взаимосвързани предизвикателства. Геополитическата нестабилност, войни, промените в климата, загубата на биологично разнообразие, икономическата нестабилност на селските райони, демографските промени са само част от тях. Всичко това са знаци, че не трябва да губим време, а да обединим усилията си около една обща цел – осигуряване на просперитета и развитието на човечеството в баланс с нашата планета. Твърдо вярвам, че иновациите и технологиите са един от ключовите фактори за насърчаването на устойчив икономически растеж и просперитет. Да направим нашите икономики, отрасли и селски райони по-силни, за да се гарантира стратегическата автономност на Европейския съюз по отношение на храните, енергията и суровините. Ето защо комисията стартира нова европейска програма за иновации, която е един от моите приоритети. Тя включва създаването на 100 регионални иновационни долини. Тези регионални иновационни долини ще бъдат пресечна точка, където науката, обществото, бизнесът ще се срещат, за да ускорят иновациите, но също така и да подкрепят регионалното развитие. Със специалния си фокус към държавите от Централна и Източна Европа, те ще играят роля и за сближаването на всички участници в цяла Европа, за да се намали изоставането в областта на иновациите. Днес стартираме регионалните иновационни долини за биоекономика и продоволствени системи. И двете теми заслужават специално внимание. Това е така, защото храната е съществена част от живота ни, икономиката, културата ни, но настоящите ни продоволствени системи не са все още готови за бъдещето. Те трябва да станат по-устойчиви и издържливи. Нека да дам един важен пример. Има нужда да разнообразим протеините в диетата си. Наблюдаваме все по-голямо търсене на протеини от неживотински произход, което води до нови бизнес възможности и работни места. Европа е в челните редици по отношение на научно-изследователската и развойна дейност в областта на алтернативните протеини, чрез биотехнологии като прецизната ферментация. Заедно те водят до много полезни въздействия, смекчаване изменението на климата, сигурност на храните и храненето, по-устойчиво използване на биомасата, земята и други природни ресурси, но също така и икономическо въздействие. Вярвам, че българските фирми, активни в този сектор, ще се възползват от тези нови възможности за бизнес растеж и същевременно ще допринесат за по-устойчиво и здравословно хранене за всички ни. Ето защо и председателката на Европейската комисия госпожа Урсула фон дер Лайен обяви инициативата за биотехнологии като един от приоритетите ни за 2024 година. Но решенията и технологиите в областта на биоекономиката могат да направят повече. Те ни предлагат алтернативни начини за насърчаване на икономическия растеж и заетостта, за намаляване на натиска върху околната среда и за преминаване към природосъобразни решения, както и за разработване на нови кръгови вериги за създаване на стойност. Регионалните инициативи биоекономика, като например в Старозагорска област или в Рейнския район за въгледобив в Германия, показват, че инвестициите и съсредоточаването върху биоекономиката и иновациите в нея спомагат и за прехода на регионите и укрепването на селските райони. С нашите публично-частни партньорства, съвместните предприятия, биотехнологични производства и кръгова биотехнологична Европа, инвестираме почти 6 милиарда евро в устойчивата кръгова биоекономика, която вече оказа огромно въздействие в регионите. И в държави като България има голям потенциал. Радвам се, че това събитие се провежда в Пловдив, където има нарастващо производство на биомаса, процъфтяващ биотехнологичен и хранителен сектор и големи университети. Ролята на Европа и нашата дейност е да създаваме съвместно с вас целенасочени политики за укрепване на връзката между науката и местните дейности. Искам да благодаря на многото представители на държавите от BioEast, които се присъединиха към това събитие. Използвайте тази възможност, за да обмените информация, контакти, да научите как регионалните долини за иновации могат да допринесат за вашите региони и как вие можете да допринесете към тях в полза на нашата планета. Пожелавам ви едно много ползотворно събитие. Благодаря и успех!
Great speech. I think we have the main ingredients and we receive a lot of homework for today's event. And now it's a pleasure to invite Minister Milena Stojceva to address the audience and to give her keynote speech. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Dear Professor Yancheva, dear Dr. Bell, dear Karina, if I may, we've known each other for quite some time. Dear friends, and if I may I call you sciencepreneurs, entrepreneurs, and future and current innovators. It's really a great joy for me, not just a pleasure, joy, to be here today to welcome you for the opening and the launch of the Regional Innovation Valley on bioeconomy. If I have to tell you the years we have put together in building the capacity and believing in the potential of scientific and research communities to create the future of our economy, I have to take a bit longer. But one thing I can assure you, I have been a very passionate supporter for this because I believe that the future of our countries, the future of the economy is based on research and scientific output, which should be supported and channeled toward commercialization to the market. What I know is that we have an incredible scientific community, and today we are present at one of the leaders in this area, the Agricultural University in Plovdiv. So it's a great honor to see so many of you already making the choice to support the development of Innovation Valley here and to create a hotspot for that opportunity in Bulgaria. The Ministry of Innovation and Growth has identified 3 main priorities for its work. We would like to build a vibrant entrepreneurial and startup ecosystem and support it, put it at the forefront of Bulgaria's future and Bulgaria's vision. This is a daring mission, but I think together with you, we can make this happen. We are also working to develop a sector that is delivering high impact and high added value through research and innovation, and we would like to attract investors coming to Bulgaria to support the R&D development centers and this type of investment opportunities for the future of their companies. And third, we have a broad, big vision that we would like to support the development of Bulgaria as innovation hub in Southeast Europe and lead the innovation wave that is based on the so-called deep tech. And what do I mean by this? We heard from the address of Commissioner Ivanova, and we've heard also from the address of the President of the Commission, von der Leyen, that Europe is betting on bioeconomy, on biotechnology. But these sectors are some of the very sectors that Bulgaria has also identified as part of our smart specialization strategy. And working to develop their capacity cannot be done without the contribution of the science and scientific and research communities. So what I propose to give today as an address to you is, let's work together. Let's create Bulgaria, create opportunities, develop further opportunities for researchers to become entrepreneurs, to see their work realized on the market in addressing global challenges such as this one. And let's support the development of that capacity from here, working jointly with other regions and other countries. I believe that Bulgaria, through its potential in talent and also investment up to now in IT and technology structure, can be a very good place for investment and for such development. So the regional innovation valleys as a concept and as a model can be empowering to strengthen that opportunity and that potential that we have through education and science. Wishing that Bulgaria, with the support of Ministry of Innovation and Growth, which we call the Ministry of the Future, can be one of your partners in doing so. And I would like to also thank the European Commission and the Directorate of Research and Innovation, which are already recognizing Bulgaria as one of the places to lead this new innovation in deep tech. So thank you. I'm really happy to be here with you today. And please count on the Ministry of Innovation and Growth as your partner in this journey together. Thank you.
Dear Minister, thank you for your inspiring words. I think Minister Stoicheva was very modest also, because basically she's leading the smart specialization strategy, and the structural funds investments in this sector are in her hands. So it's a very important minister. Thank you. Now, I think we create a very nice environment for Mr. John Bell. I think we keep the gender balance quite well around you. Now, after all these inspiring speeches, I would like to invite Mr. John Bell really to dive us in the topic today and to address the importance all the member states, all the regions really urgently to address the need of bioeconomy and food strategies. Thank you, John, once again. Please, the floor is yours.
Dobro jutro, Europa. Good morning, Europe, and welcome to Plovdiv, at the center of Europe this morning. Dobro jutro, Rector Jancheva, I Minister Stoicheva, Dami i Gospoda, I kolegi. Good morning to you all. And welcome to the oldest part of Europe's bioeconomy. As you go back to, if you get a chance, by the way, to visit this city of culture, Plovdiv, you will see that this is where the Roman Empire actually found its best food and actually retired to build great villas in that. So this is at the heart of the European bioeconomy. Przekaźno edasituk I Plovdiv sudseto na europejska bioekonomika. So welcome to Plovdiv, which is at the heart of Europe's bioeconomy. That was a fantastic and very, I like the word tweetable rather than exable quote, Minister, that Europe is betting on bioeconomy and biotechnology, and no better place to start than here. And as Commissioner Ivanova has said, both this move now you've seen in recent weeks by the President of the European Commission, that Europe needs now to move forward and use these technologies that are critical both to the green transition and to developing value in the rural economy, in industry, in places in transition, to make the future actually happen here in Europe, in places like Plovdiv and Bulgaria, that you'll see this big push next year. And the bioeconomy is, of course, Also, as our Commissioner and Minister have said this morning, and Rector Yancheva, this is a great opportunity for this, the centre of Europe where we are here, to really move forward in a very practical way and build on solutions. Now, my job this morning is, you know, sometimes they say an official is somebody who speaks in other people's sleep. So I will do my best. They need a man in a grey suit, as Karina was saying, to keep the balance. And my job is to try and present the concept of the regional innovation valleys for bioeconomy and food systems, because I think this is a really big opportunity and a very important moment. And I'm going to try and do something that men are not very good at, which is to coordinate my movement and speech with something else in the slides. So bear with me here, and to all of our viewers at home, I think this is a very important moment. So what we're talking about here is, we talk about this word bioeconomy to begin with. The bioeconomy is where we bring the biosphere and the economy together in the interests of people, prosperity, and planet. It is the oldest part of our economy since people started standing upright and doing agriculture. And it's a place where innovation has driven human progress. It includes everything that deals with biological resources, from primary production systems over the bio-based and food industry up to the consumption of biological resources. And critically, it includes services, both ecosystem services, which are going to become a really significant part of the next economy, as there are natural capital without which, of course, humanity can't survive, but also economic services like restoration, including things like tourism and, crucially, research and innovation-based services. It looks at, the bioeconomy looks at all three dimensions of sustainability. And these are the three ones that are quite difficult at the moment to manage in society. The sustainable management of land and biological resources within ecological limits, social fairness and the just transition, this most difficult aspect of the transition in every part of Europe. For example, between urban and rural regions, or to close this innovation gap between regions. In Europe, you can't just have a Europe if innovation and the future are not shared and accessible. This is not a future that people want. So this is a great place in which we can build that and do it through building sustainable business and consumption models. Next slide, please. We called our concept, next slide, please. We called our concept regional innovation valleys, back to slide 3, please, for bioeconomy and food systems. As food systems, of course, are a crucial part of the bioeconomy. Now, if we can look at the infographic of the Joint Research Centre, sorry, you need to go back a second. This is like an Irishman dancing. We never quite get our orchestration right. That's perfect. This infographic, prepared by the Joint Research Centre, the Commission Science Service, half of the biomass we produce is used for food, and the rest of the divides between material and energy use. But you can also see in that a lot of what is being used for biomass is being used for feed. It's being used in ways it's been used for a long period of time, but the potential value that is there is not really being exploited. And given that we have a limited amount of resource and a large number of demands, we need to think about this. How do we increase the use of biomass in the transition to a defossilized economy? How can this be done within ecological limits? We can't draw on the biomass for everything in the same way, and yet we can also do a lot more with what we've got if we use innovation. And this is where the role of research, and particularly of innovation, comes in. We can scale up without putting further pressure on our land and seas, because the blue part is important. 80% of the biomass for food is used first as feed. That is an extraordinary statistic when you think about our precious resource. It's not particularly efficient in this day and age, it's understandable, but if we consider this in the wider framework of the farm to fork strategy and our climate targets and the need to use our land resources and our biological resources, well, this is something we need to think about. But we do have better solutions. We have technologies that can help. Through the better use of biomass waste and side streams, the things that we used to think of as waste streams, Through biotechnology, this is how food and bioeconomy systems can interact by providing better solutions. Nothing goes to waste. In the appliance of science, you can take basically waste and turn it into gold. It's a kind of an algorithm for prosperity. But we need to be better in bringing these solutions to the market, to the ground. Our competitors around Europe, around the world, as you can see, are moving in this direction, and Europe has started first. And as the Minister said, we must commercialize what we are inventing and what we are thinking about. Next slide, please. I'm going to try and keep up with myself. So let me give you some more details on what is called the New European Innovation Agenda, which Commissioner Ivanova has said is one of her priorities. Last year, the Commission adopted a new set of 25 specific actions with the objective to boost innovation and competitiveness in Europe. Innovation is the secret algorithm of productive transition, wherever you come from, wherever you live. And we want to help European companies compete more effectively and become leaders in key emerging technologies and markets. And we have a very strong starting position. So the new European Innovation Agenda has 4 priorities. First, improve access to finance for European startups and scale-ups. Second, improve the regulatory conditions for innovators. Give them a chance as their competitors have. Third, strengthen and better connect innovation players and actors and help create in Europe regional innovation valleys. And then attract and retain talent in Europe, in places like Bulgaria, for example, by increasing support to women innovators. Next slide, please. The Regional Innovation Valleys initiative brings together innovative regions with less innovative ones. Innovation happens in places, it doesn't happen in concepts. As partners and of common challenges to boost the development and the deployment of innovation in the European innovation ecosystem and to create new dynamics. With an overall commitment of €170 million, we've opened calls under 2 instruments, the European Innovation Ecosystem Work Programme 2023, and secondly, the Interregional Innovation Investments Instrument under the European Regional Development Fund. The results of these calls will be announced next spring. Our ambition is to identify 100 regions across Europe named Regional Innovation Valleys, and some of them will have a specific thematic focus on bioeconomy and food systems. If we're successful now, we might open new funding opportunities through the next Horizon Cluster 6 work programme. Next slide. Regional innovation valleys will take account of existing efforts aimed at reinforcing and connecting industrial and regional innovation ecosystem. They will encourage European regions to support the twin transition to the green and digital economy, make industry more competitive globally, and enhance Europe's open strategic autonomy. Europe needs to win in this space if we're going to compete. They're motors of our economic resilience. They will strengthen innovation ecosystems across the EU, in all parts of the EU, not just in certain parts of the EU, by accelerating the development and critically the deployment of innovation, the commercialization of innovation, including deep tech innovation. And you'll see this in other areas like the reliance on reducing reliance on fossil fuels, improving healthcare, increasing global food security, and reinforcing digital transformation and cybersecurity. Next slide, please. So, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, the success of the new European Innovation Agenda will depend on the development of real thematic innovation valleys. This is the reason why our previous Commissioner, Commissioner Gabriel, who's known to many of you here in Bulgaria, asked our DG Research Innovation Services to develop this concept last year. And I'm delighted to present the results of this process, the concept of the regional innovation valleys for bioeconomy and food systems. I know how much people love acronyms in Brussels, and I don't know how much they're loved elsewhere. Maybe we should have an innovation competition to replace acronyms with readable things, but you'll hear people talking about the RIV 4BFS, which has got a real ring to it in terms of innovation. But anyway, we'll just call it our innovation valleys. Next slide, please. This thematic use case, which I think is a very promising one because it's working in innovation in places where there's a great potential, links the main goal of the European Innovation Agenda and its flagship on the regional innovation valleys with the bioeconomy principles. This will help accelerating and strengthening innovation in European innovation ecosystems across the EU. Through innovative solutions, it will contribute to the strategic sovereignty of Europe and will help us address the innovation divide in this huge part of our economy and society where food and agriculture is developed. And this is why we're here today in Bulgaria. Next slide, please. The bioeconomy and food systems is a thematic case for the regional innovation valleys with great potential to generate added value for society. We have three objectives. Scale and speed up solutions in available and emerging technological areas, including deep tech. These valleys will test and demonstrate place-based innovations at high technological readiness levels, allowing innovators to bring their ideas to the market. Secondly, increase interconnectedness through exchanges, networking, mutual learning, awareness raising, and promoting education and skills among existing European regional innovation ecosystems, and with a focus on bioeconomy and food systems. Interconnectedness will help to increase the level of reproducibility so that success stories can be deployed in other regions and in other parts of the world. I think interconnectedness is one of our secret powers in Europe. It's one of the things that we need to deploy in the way in which we move forward in the period to come. The third area and objective is promoting a dialogue with member states and regions on potential and future funding for these valleys under ongoing and future innovation agenda initiatives and through national or regional calls initiatives. So we get it moving, we get it started, we have the dialogue, and we work with you to see how we take this forward. Next slide. So, you know, the pitch, what's in it for you? So what I present today is being developed with you, with member states and regions, with innovators, through our European Bioeconomy Policy Forum, something which has been very active here, in fact, with Bulgaria in the last few years. We need to make sure that what is happening is useful for countries and regions from their point of view, because as we know, the bioeconomy is in the eye of the beholder. How we actually innovate is very much linked to where we are seeing our economies and opportunities. We don't start from zero. We've done an enormous amount of valuable work in already ongoing cooperation with member states and regions around the bioeconomy and food systems. And here, if I may, I would like to recognize the work and the contribution of Vice Rector Vladimir Popov, who's been a great European and a great voice in this space in making us have a complete understanding of how the European bioeconomy system can work. And please keep doing what you're doing. People make history happen. It can help to network and connect existing regional innovation ecosystems and clusters across EU geographies and help develop new clusters, particularly in regions where the potential of available sustainable biomass is not fully exploited. And on a very big map, that will be a very big part of this part of Europe. The potential here is absolutely extraordinary. And if it's not developed here by people from here, it will be developed from here by people from somewhere else. So this is a very important part of the future here. We can also, for example, look at how we deal with this exploitation issue. In biotechnology, which has been mentioned, biotechnology applications like precision fermentation, to take the example brought forward by our commissioner, where she talked about, you know, this extraordinary opportunity for alternative proteins. You can see entire new parts of society and industry that opening up in front of us. Will it be done in Europe? Will it be done in Bulgaria? We have to make sure it is. The science is done here. The opportunity is done here. Will we commercialize? Will we have the apples of the future coming and actually building themselves in places like Plovdiv in the future? I think we will, but this is the opportunity. But we need to do it together in cooperation between industry, academia, civil society, public authorities at different levels, and with a very strong emphasis on citizens and their needs. The purpose of this initiative is to support the work of regions and member states to realize the transformational innovation and shift towards sustainable and circular bioeconomy and food systems. Next slide. And what will these valleys achieve? Each regional innovation valley for bioeconomy and food systems is pursuing a concrete and specific goal, one that supports the transition to sustainable and circular bioeconomies and or food systems. For example, establish a zero waste valley. Nice to talk about zero waste systems and zero waste ideas, but actually, how do you do it? How do you innovate? How do you turn that into a reality? Or reaching a net zero greenhouse gas emissions local food system. These are places we have to go, so let's win the innovation race to do that. The valleys will consider all three pillars of sustainability, as we mentioned earlier on, the management of land and biological resources within boundaries, promoting sustainable value chains and consumption, and to do this with social fairness for just transition, which is critical. These valleys will build full value webs of products and or services that are interconnected and ensure that no resources are wasted. They will rely on regionally sourced, sustainably produced biomaterials in a multidisciplinary effort involving primary producers, industry, consumers, and contributing to the uptake of nature-based solutions, agroecology practices, soil and ecosystem health and biodiversity. So the kind of innovations that will drive the transition, have the benefits of the transition as well as the challenges. Next slide. How does the situation look at the moment? In terms of production units, those of you who work with the European Commission, you'll be familiar with the concept of NUTS 2 regions. It's not some crazy idea that we have. It's a very specific taxonomy that organizes regions and interests into regional innovation for bioeconomy and food systems. So if you look at this slide, you see the number of biorefineries in the EU regions. The biorefineries are really the motors of regional bioeconomies and innovation. And if you look at this in EU regions, we can see bio-based production units across all different kinds of products, pulp, paper, starch, timber, chemicals, including composites and others. And you can see clusters in different places in the Rhine Valley, Finland, Latvia, Northern Italy. But we need to see more clusters like this emerging. You can see where the potential is. Next slide. Much of the bio-based production units have also received EU funding of different kinds. In particular, the public-private partnership the Commissioner mentioned, which was called the Bio-based Europe Joint Undertaking, the Circular Bio-based Europe Initiative, and I'm delighted that Niccolò Giacomuzzi-Moore is here with us. Very important person in terms of connecting up to this, and I'm somebody who's led efforts to get industry and the associations to see how we can make this happen on the ground. And this is a very important initiative to make these biorefineries first-of-a-kind plants. So the investment was going elsewhere in the world, and the purpose is this, is public policy and industry together, taking the technology and building and testing and de-risking and demonstrating first-of-a-kind biorefineries and pilot activities, which is something we should be doing more of in this part of Europe. Next slide. It's okay, folks, there's only another 25 slides to go, and then I will start singing. So it can get worse. No, we're nearly there. If we project on this map all the regions that have expressed their interest in regional innovation valleys with ideas, ambitions that relate to bioeconomy and food systems, you see the cluster shifts. We see a proper European bioeconomy actually emerging. And you can see that there are many, many clusters well represented in different parts of Europe, the potential expressing an aspiration to be realized. There are also many submissions from regions that have not yet a focus on bio-based production units, but see potential here to be developed. This is absolutely fantastic. But I'm particularly happy to see so many dots on the map in our Bio-East region. And Bio-East region is a way we must think and develop the bioeconomy in this part of Europe where the potential is enormous, but to get there we need to coordinate and marshal and program our way forward, as our Commissioner mentioned. I need to stress that these are regions that have expressed their interest in regional innovation valleys, independently. If they may have also responded to one of the open calls I talked about at the beginning, where the funding for projects is made available, but independently of whether or not they would be eligible or not to do so. And they do this responding mostly to the challenges on global food security, achieving circularity, or reducing reliance on fossil fuels, but some are also in the fields of digital transformation and improving healthcare. These are regions that will form the great basis of future regional innovation valleys for bioeconomy and food systems. But what's particularly good news today is that the region of Plovdiv is indeed eligible. This is important news. So today we're not just talking about aspiration, we're moving to realization. We're not just launching the concept of the regional innovation valleys for bioeconomy and food systems here in Plovdiv. We can also celebrate that the regional project, the Valley for Deep Tech Innovation Plovdiv, will be on the official regional innovation valleys map. Again, Plovdiv is back on the map. Continuing the tradition since Roman times. Okay, so with that good news, you should always get out of the room when you've got good news to tell. So I'd like to conclude. I'd like to thank everybody who's organized this, particularly Director Yancheva and the colleagues here, Karina Angelieva, who's been a tremendous diplomat, if you like, for science and research innovation in Europe. We're at this interesting moment. Here we're going to talk about the specifics. You've got some wonderful people who will speak. It's a very important moment, both in terms of making sure that the challenge of transition becomes the opportunity to build not just the best in the next economy, but the places in which people want to live, that innovation will work in for regions like Plovdiv. We need to demonstrate, we need to deploy, we need to commercialize, we need to prepare the skills and the industries and the businesses and startups for the next generation. And we need to do it here in this part of Europe through BioEast, the bioeconomy, and through the commitment of places like the Agricultural University of Plovdiv and our colleagues here from the universities in Plovdiv and the innovation sector. Благодаря, thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. John Bell. Thank you very much to the Minister and Professor Yancheva. It was a pleasure, the three of you. And now I would like to invite our panelists for our first session. Please, Maria Lise Maurice, Ulrich Schur, Laila Gerkan, and Maria Alexandrova. Please join me in front. Dear colleagues, after the introduction to these important topics and hearing a little bit more details from the European Commission on the concept of regional innovation valleys, now I have also another task to set the scene for our first panel discussion. I'm very happy that today with us are these distinguished participants. It's quite a starry club. I again apologize to Ulrich. It's not exactly gender balance, but I'm very happy that today women are in power. Very nice. Please allow me briefly to present who are these amazing people today in the first session. This is Maria Lise Maurice. She is Director of European Innovation Technology Institute Food North and East region. Maria Lise, there is so much to say, but over 20 years she has an experience in innovation management within organizations, and she contributes a lot with insights for the transformation and opportunities in the innovation and R&D ecosystem. A lot of collaboration with major global and European companies has allowed, and she provides a lot of solid networks with European innovation leaders. Today, as the head of EIT Northeast and North and East region, she is driving the transition for the agri-food sector with the partners and programs of the EIT Food. She is also leading the think tank on protein diversification with the EIT Food community of experts for this high-value area to deliver system change. I think there is much more to say. Of course, Maja-Lisa is also very impactful, and with her character of friendship and openness, she also delivered very important networks in the community of the food sector, also in the Central and Eastern Europe, which is extremely important to make the bridges across the different regions in Europe and not to leave anyone behind. Thank you, Maja-Lisa, for your friendship. Today with us is Professor Ulrich Schur. Uli is a plant scientist by training, heading the Institute of Plant Sciences at Forschungszentrum Jülich, as well as chairing the Bioeconomy Science Center and the Bioeconomy Revier Regional Transformation Initiative. Uli has initiated and coordinated the German plant phenotyping network. He is also the chairman of the S3 project Emphasis and president of the Global International Plant Phenotyping Network. Among his main initiative and impact is that he is leading the Bioeconomy Science Center. He also made a lot of efforts to bring the concepts of regionalization of the bioeconomy through a lot of research collaboration with the society and many more. The other two ladies are as much as important. With us today is Laila Gerkein. She's head of the department and project department of Widz and Planning region. Laila has a considerable experience in managing development projects, pre-accession instruments, structural funds, territorial cooperation, science and innovation projects, and of course the framework program Horizon. During her career, she has been involved in the management of more than 100 projects and long-term initiatives. One such initiative is the establishment of the regional clusters. Laila also is a member of the board of the Latvian Food Bioeconomy Cluster and co-leader of the Innovation Transfer Working Group in the Baltic Sea States Sub-Regional Cooperation. And last but not least, today with us is Maria Alexandrova. Maria is the head of innovation projects and sustainability of the company Nasecomo. Maria is heading the innovation projects and sustainability unit at this startup company, Nasecomo, which is basically a deep tech scale-up based in Bulgaria, specializing in insect protein manufacturing for animal and plant feed. Maria also has more than 14 years experience in managing national and international projects in R&D of green technologies and products and sustainability management. She also has worked within over 15 international innovation consortia, and she supports more than 40 startups on climate innovation, as she was very deeply involved in the EIT climate key community. I can say much more, that basically Maria is a modern influencer also, and she's really deeply involved and very hearted person to support the young generation and community of Bulgarians to take their leadership and to believe in their entrepreneurial skills. So this is my panel today, and the concept of the whole conference today was very well thought with the colleagues of the Directorate of John Bell, and we believe together that it's very important first to start and to showcase in practice what could be these regional innovation values, to understand from our keynote speakers what could be the key elements for success that could make these regional innovation valleys happens, but also that they could make a difference. There is something more. All of them are with different experience. We have from managing, supporting research organizations, through scientists, through people like Lila and me, from the policy-making administration side, to a company. This is the mix that we usually all recommend on a paper. This is the mixture for success. But how basically to find and to create a collaboration among the innovation research ministries with impact on people, this it's still sometimes mystery to me, but not for my guests today. They will showcase and disclose to you really how this could make a difference. I believe one of the topics we will discuss today is really from their practice. What are the leading topics in the regional innovation valleys for bioeconomy, from biomass to alternative proteins? For me, it's very important to hear from them also what really could make difference and why bioeconomy and food are so important to upbring the rural communities and to support basically the rural communities on their transformation towards more sustainable safety and environmentally healthy living. So without any further delays, I will ask in advance all the panelists basically to prepare a kind of a slide, a picture, on which they can introduce in 3 minutes their main concept. And I will ask first Maja-Lise to start to share with us what is your basically biggest success story that can define this regional innovation valley for bioeconomy and food safety, and what of course is the contribution of the EIT food in this endeavor. I believe here we need some help also for our colleagues to showcase the introduction of Maja-Lise and to support her first speech. Thank you, Maja-Lise. It's you.
Oh, no, I think now. Okay. Well, hello, everybody, and distinguished guest, Karina. I think you very well pointed that this is also about friendship here in Bulgaria, and very, very, very nice words, so thanks for that. I really, I'm very passionate about the food systems topic, and I feel that, you know, when we are doing many things and we have to kind of come to basics. Food is about culture, it's about emotions. And so that's also why it is very well regional. We obviously talk about global food systems, but where we really have to also focus on is that how the regional food systems are going to support all of us. And within EIT Food, I just want to actually take the very high level of this slide, which is rather busy, but actually it is demonstrating where we focus within EIT Food. We have 3 missions, and this is really something that is guiding everything what we do. So it's not about, like, you know, EIT Food as a funding instrument. We are very grateful about this one, but what we are really trying to do is focus on healthier lives through food. Second mission is a net zero food system. And third one is reducing risk for a fair and resilient food system. And, you know, I dare to say that everything that even Dr. John Bell was describing on this launching of regional innovation valleys, actually it is also, everything is in here. And I kind of urge, when we are going to go towards innovation, to look at it through these lenses, is that how are we going to, and what are the ways, what are the tech initiatives that we will be able to go through when we are going to create innovation on healthier lives through food, net zero food system, and making a resilient food system. And I think that's it. I think this is something that we really focus on, and I'm sure that you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Maja-Liisa. I think also that introduce a very important keywords that now will help also the other panelists. Uli, when presenting your CV, I also understood that you are leading this new project on bioeconomy model regions. Can you showcase to us exactly what does it mean, this regionality of bioeconomy, and why we should talk about bioeconomy and regions? What is the difference with the integrated then bioeconomy or bioeconomy for the impact locally? You have really concrete examples. Can you showcase to us? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks very much, Karina. I took the challenge and really have a picture. And what you see on the picture here, I want to take you in a 3-minute course through a 5 years journey which we did in our region. In the background, fading away, you see the coal mining, the coal mine. You see the big digging machines which take out the coal off the soil, from the earth. And in the front, you see green, you see the bioeconomy happening. And we have been introduced, I've been introduced before, we have been working on bioeconomy for, I say, 20 years or longer. Especially in the region, we did a lot of bioeconomy science with the Bioeconomy Science Center. So there was a lot of innovation potential. And then suddenly, this regional issue came around. Regional issue in our case means we are losing 1.4 billion income per year by 2030. That will happen, so we will close down our mining sites by 2030. 1.4 billion, something like 70,000 jobs will be lost. And what we set up then was to say, okay, we take that challenge and we put bioeconomy in the center of the transformation of this region. Because we have a lot of opportunities there, and we did an analysis of the stakeholders, of the problems, of the issues, and we tried to make bioeconomy work for the region. And for me, that is one of the central ideas behind the innovation regions, that we not, I put it in a simple word, there's a lot of discussions, what is bioeconomy? In a region, we should not ask what is bioeconomy, but we should ask what can bioeconomy bring for the region? And that's what we're trying to do in that context. And if you click on through the next 3 clicks or so, then you see the bigger picture. Just go for the next one, please. That's the global targets. If we really want to implement them, please the next one. We really have to go down to what is happening in the implementation. Implementation happens in regions. And regions are different with respect to natural resources, with respect to innovation landscape, with respect to markets, with respect to human resources, and very important all with respect to legal frameworks. They are very different. And therefore regionals can be diversified on that. And therefore for us regions means, please the next one, to really have building on local strengths, building on the stakeholders in science, in economy, in media, in public, and I would very strongly put the regional authorities also in there. So we have, for all the 20 cities which are in our region, the 20 villages and cities, we have bioeconomy profiles for each of them, and we're talking with the councils on how to implement bioeconomy. This for us means regional bioeconomy.
Uli, thanks. I have great problems usually for so short time to explain so important things. But you said something extremely important, and therefore I think the Commission supports this initiative for the regional innovation valleys. We can't talk anymore and putting words without explaining them. Bioeconomy can happen only if it has a direct impact on the regions. And what does it mean basically? Regions, it's about the people, it's about the local resources, and of course about the local environment, including legal framework, but of course some other aspects. And here, Laila, comes your turn, I think very much on time, with your experience. What will you advise the other regions, the other member states, such as Bulgaria, but not only? We all developed smart specialization strategies. We all put inside bioeconomy is very important. We all have structural funds. We have the Horizon Europe. But how you design the instruments and the proper mix so that really to empower the regions to develop these regional innovation values. Please share with us your knowledge. Thanks.
Sorry. Thank you, and it's a real pleasure to be here in your beautiful region and very beautiful country, I should say. Thank you for inviting me, and I'll try to share my thoughts about the innovation, the bio-innovation value. We have been asked to create a picture of how we see our regional innovation or bioeconomy valley, what is our perspective. And knowing that I'm not very good in drawing, I asked a chatbot to give me a picture of regional food and bioeconomy innovation valley. And actually, the global intelligence offered me two typologies of picture. One was dynamic, technology-intensive, green cities, and another typology was medieval, beautiful landscapes of countryside and agriculture. And there was not very much links offered. So this is reality, and we should cope with it. And it's not, I guess, so easy to change this picture. In the dialogue with the chatbot, so we made a combination of my personal view, global intelligence, the EU innovation policy framework, and the strategic development goals of our Vidzeme region, and how it all fits together. And this is what I got in the picture. So in the picture you see some clear structures and quadruple helix synergies in the dependencies, dynamics, small growth pools and popping up initiatives, and still some blurry details, as in usual life. Forest, field, and water-related value chains are in the core of Vidzeme Smart Specialization Strategy. Biological food ingredients, plant-based proteins, new products from wood and food industry side streams, novel packaging, robotics of agriculture and husbandry, bioregion, digitalization, innovation labs, and policy innovation labs, hackathons. They are our current developments. However, in the region where we have good quality bioresources, at the same time, we have a relatively small population. So the biggest challenge is for us to create a critical mass, to access to the best knowledge and best infrastructure in order to innovate and develop added value in our region, and which allows for us to increase in well-being of local society that owns and takes care of our bioresources. Because not the industry actually, or not company X is taking care of your local and our local resources. The society is who takes care the individual people, and we together. To overcome the gap, we are cooperating with other regions and the bigger research and development center where we are mutually contributing and sharing our capabilities, complementing each other, achieving a higher critical mass for development, and wisely using resources and infrastructure. I think this is our way to go for our region. Close cooperation and mutual benefit, and discussing with our regions and going together for the opting for the development and the prosperity for our societies of our regions. Thank you.
Laila, it looks quite simple, but I know how much efforts are behind this and sophistication. But I'll keep one question for after a while. Maria, it's your turn. I have to ask you, of course, about the business perspective, but I want to incorporate also of my question to you, also share also the challenges. We always address the innovators and businesses. Tell your perspective. Oh, you're very successful. You made a lot of money. You don't understand the suffers of the researchers. But Maria, share with us how many years is it worth to put so much efforts? What is the satisfaction? But also my serious question: how can the innovative companies help regionalization and rural communities? Thanks.
Thank you, Karina. It's really, I'm honored to be here today with you, and for the kind words and for this very important question that now I receive. Obviously, my picture is technological. As SMEs in general, they're the backbone of the economy. It's no difference if we talk about old-fashioned economy or bioeconomy. And especially in bioeconomy, a couple of times we mentioned about alternatives, alternative proteins, alternative sources. Obviously, this is extremely important, taking into account the fragile sustainability, or I would even say the absence of sustainability in the food system right now. So we really need new solutions and new approach. And in bioeconomy, where we look at the bioresources, the biomass, we need a regional approach, because these resources are around us. They are not taken from one place in space. They are around us, and we have to learn how to utilize them. Well, our company, Nasecomo, is developing technologies exactly in this field. We are the first and currently one of the biggest manufacturers of alternative protein produced through the power of a natural mechanism, and these are the insects. There are a couple of insects regulated for industrial use in Europe because they are very safe and very powerful for the human economy. How is that? Well, they have extremely efficient metabolism that can help us do a process that is called bioconversion, transform biomass, especially plant-based biomass, into body mass. In our case, we work with the black soldier fly. Its name is in Latin Hemetiae lucens, but there are a couple of other families of insects that provide the same bioconversion magic. So the magic is that we feed the larval phase of the insects with low-value streams from agriculture. This could be brewers, mills, fruit vegetables producers, starch byproducts, and all that sort of streams that we call byproducts or even waste. But for the insects, they are perfect food. And what they do is that they grow very rapidly and turn this food into body mass with fantastic protein profile, which is great to feed farmed animals. So we produce feed from the insects, and this feed is natural to the diets of farmed fish, pig, poultry, actually all the farmed birds, And also pets. Actually, pets nowadays consume 20% of the meat production of the economy. Even greater stuff, the surprise of that is that what the insects are not able to utilize as body mass, they actually turn into frass, which is the insect manure, which has extremely good properties as fertilizer for the soil with organic quality. So we can support the organic farming here. And then we have zero waste. And this is actually the definition of circular economy in its ideal form. So if you ask me if it makes sense, if the efforts are worth, yes, indeed, because this is probably one of the best examples of circular economy that is also profitable. If you ask me if it's easy, no, it's not easy, but it takes a lot of research. We have a huge team of scientists. We do research every day, and on top of that, we have to create our technologies by ourselves, because in the emerging sectors as insect proteins as alternative, there is no one to call and ask for a machine. You have to figure the process yourself. We are the innovators here. But how about the regional aspect? So what makes sense out of this model is actually the impact. So these technologies, we believe that we can make them scalable and accessible to all over Europe, and we must do it. It's not only producing protein and substituting, for example, soy. It's important to substitute soy in the feed sector because soy comes from South America, and is the second factor for deforestation of the Amazonian forest. So the sustainability factor is huge. Insect farming is saving hundreds of times water and arable land compared to the traditional agriculture that brings in the ingredients for feed. And in feed, Europe is extremely dependent. So Europe imports almost all the soy and fish meal ingredients that are used for feed. So
Maria,
how can we change that?
Maria, keep it for your next intervention, because here you pointed out something very important about the European sovereignty. And I like really how you describe the things, because it's not only always about technology, about its digitalization. It's in fact about our resources of the planet. And I'm extremely happy that you bring again this topic to you. Of course, this can't happen without data. This is in the essence, and it can't happen without the correct, the smart regulatory measures. Maria-Lisa, you are always quite important, because you are stimulating entrepreneurs like Maria, but then you also have to choose who to further scale up. It's a kind of a sometimes maybe unthankful task, but at the end of the day, the European money are our taxpayer money. So you really have to define what will really makes the difference that Maria explained. Can you showcase from your experience in EIT, what are the hot topics of today? Are there enough knowledge on the alternative proteins? Do you see enough entrepreneurship in the sector? And what you do to foster this? Thanks.
Thank you, Karina. Yeah, I have to say that we are kind of like really privileged, obviously in Europe, because we do have a lot of focus on R&D and innovation, and also on food areas. I have to also say that in a way, thanks to, which is terrible to say, but on all this crisis area, that, you know, finally agri-food sector is actually very much in the focus. And I think that this is one of the, on its own, a very hot topic currently, where we are trying to focus on. When we talk about EAT food and, you know, what is it that we are able to do? I mean, we are only as strong as our partnership. You know, we are world's largest agri-food network. and the experts and the whether they are scientists, whether they are entrepreneurs, whether they are students, whether they are consumers equally, that are taking part of this whole community in a way. I mean, if we cannot get them on board, we will not be very strong. And this goes also on a local basis as well as more on the global basis. And so what are other hot topics and what do we do? I mean, I could have an endless list actually of the things. Also what Maria was presenting are one of those things that are very much related to protein diversification. I also mentioned to you earlier that food is culture. So it means that when we talk about insect, it's more on the feed side, and this is also where we see a lot of potential, and I think we are all overwhelmed by the figures also and opportunities that, whether it is Maria or Ulrich, actually presented here in terms of a bioeconomy. Now, we cannot deny, I mean, this kind of a transformation, when we talk about food transformation as a whole, it takes passion, but it also takes money. And we need funding. We have this, obviously, opportunity to use our Impact Framework Fund. This call is open, so this is also one of the ways where, you can equally make impact by taking part and proposing your innovative innovations, basically, through this call. How do we elaborate and how we choose, where we want to focus? I mean, obviously the missions are the basis for everything, but then, for example, we just created a year ago a think tank on protein diversification, and we really want to say protein diversification. So it includes animal proteins, plant-based proteins, all the technologies, whether it is precision fermentation or others. And it's really important that, we embrace, all of us, that have to deal with within the innovation area and in food sector and food systems, that we embrace all the possibilities in this area. All the possibilities. I mean, no matter what we think personally, but we have to innovate. We have to look at where we can actually find the solutions. It's not going to be one silver bullet. It is going to be the solutions. And when we talk about, of course, like, maybe in some occasions, when we imagine the future of food like a cell-based meat, well, why not? Well, why not to at least look for opportunities, where it can take us? What about in the circumstances where actually really need to think about, we still have a lot of people that don't have food on this earth, or in the circumstances where the land will not be, we are not able to use anymore. So I don't want to picture here any kind of a catastrophic things, but I rather say that, look, let's open our hearts and minds for these new opportunities, because they are there. We need to look for them. And then maybe something of a little bit more on the level of, regions. Currently, we do have, like, obviously through our regional innovation scheme, so RIS, which you equally obviously know, because you are also part of this opportunity, because I think, for example, the RIS teams, I have here Milda and Anna and Ola with me. They do absolutely fantastic work. So we have a great program that is called also Great Taste, Zero Waste. And these are the things that are really focusing also on this part of absolutely related to bioeconomy, but from the point of view of, well, how do we deal with the HoReCa sector? How do we deal as consumers? What do we do? And then equally, maybe one more thing, consumer engagement labs, where we put together local consumers, food manufacturers or food producers. I mean, they can be small scale or bigger scale, to think about co-create together, what can be done. I mean, we eat every day, right? And it is really, really important that we look at this as an opportunity for our health, also for the local economies. And in a way, the fact that, food system is a little bit like fractioned, I think it should be actually turned into an opportunity and not actually try to put everything under the same roof. And because food is actually fractioned, and maybe it should be, and we simply have to find the good opportunities there. So maybe I hope that I answered at least partially your question.
No, thank you, Maria-Lisa. No, I think you answered, but you also, in a way, also touch upon, as Maria, on this very important topic that basically biomass, alternative proteins, other aspects of bioeconomy are also helping basically to have our own confidence on the continent for our resources. I believe that we can't live in isolated world. You know, I'm helping in such innovation. The world is global, science is global. Of course, it's very important to support other regions, especially Africa, Latin America, not to discuss the China and what of efforts there are needed for decarbonization, but we need also to save where we are living. And I think this is this very important connotation of the today topic with the people. Uli, I understood also for some friends here in the room that you really support this transition in Germany from coal mine towards creating a new value, new life, new understanding for the people. Probably you know that last 2 weeks in Bulgaria we are living with a lot of problems because it's very difficult the people to believe in this new concept. How you made it possible to empower people to believe in their own good and basically to support local people, to support the other people in the region, meaning employees in one sector to support upbuild their region in a sustainable way. Can you share something now more on the details? Thank you.
I'll try. So essentially what we experienced, that we started with a pretty thorough analysis of what is there in the region. So starting from the region, starting from the strengths of the region. So we looked at our region. This has a very strong agriculture. It has a very strong food industry. It has a very extremely strong paper industry, textile industry, chemical industry. Also the link to the energy sector is very important. So there, and to digitalization. So there's a wide range of different things. So I think the first thing to take people the fear of this is something completely different is to start where they are. So really go to people and say from the industry side, this is where we start from. And then we need innovation in these sectors. And we heard a lot of new great innovation in the food sector, and we have to go into these individual sectors, but then we also have to connect the sectors. And I think that's another opportunity in the regions, that we can reconnect sectors, that we can generate circularity within the region, because biomass and waste and residues are circulated in the region. And a very important part, and that's the reason why I also mentioned this in the introduction part, we talk to the townships, to the villages, to the mayors, we talk to the normal citizens, we have participation projects where people are actually explaining to us what they would like to see from bioeconomy. And this is including the miners, including the ordinary people on the street, including people from the region. And I think it's very important to not just say top down, you have to do this and this bioeconomy in your region, but rather start from where the region is. And then try to convince people. We talked yesterday evening, we talked among us, and I think one of the important things for transformation is trust. And you can make trust in a region. If you are an honest broker, if you go to people and if you address their problems, so try to find solutions from their problems. So we talked a lot also to the miners and the mining companies. This is generating opportunities for them. So running a mine is having actually competences which you can use for bioeconomy. So they have land, they have restoration, they have a lot of possible new materials, new biomass from this material. They also have competences in their company which are possible to be used to look at biorefineries. So all of these kind of things we are trying to convince and discuss with them what kind of options are there. So therefore I'm very positive that this will happen because we start from the problem. the first thing is start from the why do you do this in a region. And I think this is very important for the entire setup. And it's also for the bioeconomy, it's very important because that's the way how we really get implementation. I think there are two main streams which we also have on the panel here, which are both equally valuable. Well, one is the trying to implement in a certain specific region, which I described a little bit, and the other one is to have the technology innovation. And these are two cross sections which we have to bring together, and then also use this kind of technological innovation to deliver on the problems which are down in the region. I think this kind of interaction is very important for us to really implement. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we started this from the coal region, but then we learned how to do this in general in model regions. And now we try to spin this out. There's a new project which is coming up now, Bio2Rec, which we are coordinating with also some colleagues here in the room who are participating in there, where we go out to Europe, try to find different model regions, work together with them, try to find what kind of activities are. This is not only coal phase-out regions, there's others as well, and try to see how these model regions can actually work together. And this is also open for everybody else to participate in there, in best practices, in developing tools, and bringing this out to really make bioeconomy an important part of transformation for the future.
Thank you. Thank you. I have now many more questions to Laiva, because this is also part of my job to design the proper things, first for all the participants. We kept a very important panel on the funding and also about the skills after the coffee break, on purpose, in order now to brainstorm a bit exactly about the challenges. But I was thinking what now Uli said, that it's so important to make first understanding of those that will be affected. So, Laiva, please, what does it mean stakeholders? Who are the stakeholders that we involve when you have to do the right instruments to stimulate local communities and implementation of bioeconomy? And how you do this locally without losing the European dimension, the international dimension? Can you share quickly your thoughts about this? Okay. We stop or what? Okay. So, okay, sorry for this interruption. No, please stay where you are. Our Prime Minister is coming. For me, it's honor to meet him also as a great researcher and former Minister of Education and Science. So.
Okay, it's ready. Dear guests, it's my pleasure and my honor to present you our Prime Minister of Republic of Bulgaria, Academic Nikolai Denkov. I would like to express my gratitude to you, Academic Denkov, because you find the time to be with us in this very important event for Bulgaria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. first of all, to the organizers of this meeting and Professor Yancheva, Professor Popov. It is really a pleasure to be again here. I have been in this university maybe 10 times, and I hope that I'll be able to come many more times. I want also to thank to our guests from Europe. I know this is a very high-profile event, and it is really important to show this sign that here in Bulgaria, in Plovdiv, there is a lot of interest to develop the topic that gathered us together today. And indeed, this day will be very busy. I have to go back to Sofia, as you know, in the afternoon. But we succeeded to combine several events today, and this is one of them, but it is extremely important here. And for me, it is a special pleasure to be here, because if I wasn't the Prime Minister, I'm sure I'll be here as a professor from Sofia University, because some years ago we started with Professor Yancheva, with Professor Popov, one of the most important initiatives in the area of agriculture in Bulgaria. And what I see today is an upgrade that is going to a very high level, with the participation and possible participation of the other countries in the region, like Hungary, even Ukraine. Also with the not only participation, but with the guidance, with the coordination by the European Commission. And this is something that is very, very interesting and very important, because it corresponds to the priorities of Bulgaria in the area of agriculture. So one of the features of our economy that we discuss already for years is that we have very, very good traditions in the agricultural production of different products. But for whatever reasons, we are slow in developing these downstream products that are very valuable, especially in these days where the problems with the logistics, the problems with the connection between the different regions, again return the questions about the food security, about the security of Europe and dependence on other regions. So from this viewpoint, the event that you have today here is something that combines the priorities of Europe. So it's just one of the aspects of the initiative from the farm to the fork. But also it is a very high priority for Bulgaria, well recognized. And we have started the work, but having this European dimension would help tremendously to speed up the process and to make many of our initiatives, of our dreams, to become true in the next several years. So I know that the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, announced 2024 as a year of biotechnology. And this is also another piece of this puzzle that is ordering in these days to make possible the scientific and innovative potential and capacity of this region here in Plovdiv, with several universities that work in this area, with the Trachea economic zone that is nearby. I'm coming from there. And actually one of the events that we had was to open a place where there will be a factory for extraction of bioactives from herbs, with the potential for export all over the world, including in the United States. So this is just a small example of what is the potential for developing these different type of economic activities based on the soil, on the climate, on the endemic species that we have here in Bulgaria, making them into products that could be valuable not only in Bulgaria, but also in Europe and in the other parts of the world. So I will stop actually here, because I can talk for many more hours, but this is really a pleasure to be here. Thank you for everyone to be here and to be part of this initiative. It will pay off, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's from my heart. Thank you very much. Because we work together in some national programs. And thank you very much again from all of us. Thank you.
I said today that my task will be very difficult as a moderator, so I'll be improvising. I also want to thank the Prime Minister of Republic of Bulgaria. I used to work with him a lot. He was my Minister of Education and Science. But now we must continue our job because we are talking about the importance of the bioeconomy for rural areas, and we need then to proceed to funding and financing. So please, big applause to the support on the highest level from the Prime Minister, and we continue. Благодаря ви, академик Ден. So, I remember very well where we stopped because this is extremely important. And this was a question to Laila to share with us how you involved and which actors you involved to design the important instruments to support and stimulate the regional innovation valleys. Please keep silence in the room. Thanks. Sorry to the online participants as well. Here is a bit noisy in the room, but now we continue.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I think that the most important is to reach agreement between all involved stakeholders about the common goals, about the common ambitions, and to get the understanding of what we really would like to achieve. For example, the regional, the smart specialization strategy of our region is established not because it is obligation or it is announced top-down from the EU or the national level, because we are the NUTS3 level within a region in our country, and it's not obligation, but we understand all the players in the region, the society and municipalities and industries understood that it is really needed to focus on certain areas, to certain steps to be more competitive, to create added value in the region and so on. So the mutual targets and mutual understanding is very important. And also we, as a region, have applied for to be innovation Europe Innovation Valley, and we see that this initiative really can be a tool for implementing of our regional smart specialization strategy locally. So it is the EU instrument, but it helps us develop our region, and we really see how we can achieve it. And also being part of the network of other regions in Europe, we see that our responsibility is to share our individual, our regional experience and our regional good practice to other regions. For example, I can share the establishment of bioregion in Vidzeme in Latvia. It was a very small initiative some 3 years ago when local farmers and businesses was talking and having some small discussions about maybe we could establish a bioregion around the national park, which is in the very center of our region and known as the outstanding scenic area with biodiversity and rich cultural heritage, widely recognized as a recreation and destination, and attracts scientific research and also having engaged communities. And it actually took 3 years to start wider discussions, and from the public administration side, the most important is to organize space and time for meeting right people and having lively discussions and having trust, as our colleague just said. And actually, yeah, we did very well, I should say. I will share later on how we manage, but in the October 25, we are going to sign memorandum of understanding, the open memorandum for municipalities, government institutions, agriculture organizations, educational research institutions, communities, associations, residents, private persons, businesses, and other stakeholders about the establishing of bioregion around this national park. So to live in sustainable way, to ensure sustainable development, not only to protect the biodiversity, but also establish sustainable companies and develop sustainable agriculture based on biological resources. And so we have agreed to work in the bioregion in certain priority areas, like healthy lifestyle and consumption of healthy organic food in the region, especially in public institutions, including kindergarten, schools, nursery homes, hospitals, create short food supply chains and circular economy-based businesses, to develop nature capital management based on ecosystem service approach, reduce waste generation in households and businesses, and transform our businesses to more circular and sustainable way, and create educational programs that change residents and children's behavior and promote the sustainable use of natural resources and cultural heritage, and strengthen communities and youth engagement. So those are the basic principles we have agreed, and soon we will sign the memorandum. I hope then afterwards I can share our experience, how we really managed to implement all those good things we have announced.
Looking forward, and congratulations. Now I think we feel a bit jealous, but it's great. Basically what you said, overview, but you now put one more element. We were talking so far about partnership, about passion, and Leila at something, another very important P. I like acronyms, patience. So we have all this. You explain how we should work together. Maria, the most difficult question to you, because you do the bridge to two things. First, the coffee break with very nice small food and drinks for our regeneration, but also you make the bridge to the other very important panel discussion on funding and the skills. It's not by coincidence that we put funding and the skills together, because in this knowledge triangle, we also need education. Without changing the cultural mindset, we won't be able to implement all this. Maria, you are a very international person. In order to succeed in business, I am 100% sure that you check, you learn how the other countries are doing, how the other regions are doing. What do you plead, what is your call today to all the policymakers, funding institutions, but also stakeholders like municipalities and people? What is the most important for a company that is starting in this type of businesses, such as alternative proteins? This is extremely risky business. So what a deep tech company wants to receive as support?
Thank you for the question. That was the question of the questions. Well, yeah, but I think it's easy. The answer is easy. It takes all of you, all the stakeholders, and it takes something that is a bit of a cliche, but it's really act global, but rely on your local, on your regional resource. Why is that? Well, SMEs are actually companies that are constructed by people from a region, from a town, from a certain place, but they have to grasp opportunities in order to stay on the market. And therefore they have to have the outreach and to outlook on the entire economy. And being lucky to live in Europe, we are obliged to look at Europe's ambition to have this global leadership, especially in food with all these high standards. So SMEs are a bit like mediators, and especially in our case, we actually translate global technologies to work for the regions. It's not easy, but there is no other chance to make it happen. And maybe this is my message to all the key stakeholders that here Laila and everyone previously mentioned. We need change in food. We won't make it with one planet in 15 years from now if we don't make the change. So change is necessary, and in business, change means innovation. And the engines of innovations are the SMEs, and we understand that this takes support from the entire system. Especially when we talk about new stuff, we always meet resistance, suspicions. You said safety, you said risky. So being on the frontier, on the battlefield of the market, we have to think not only how to implement this innovation safely, but also how to work with end consumers for acceptance. And it takes work with everyone. So we appreciate support from first the local economy. And this is very important. Dr. Bell said about understanding, the importance of understanding. These technologies, these are new stuff. They are not very comfortable. However, they have such an impact on the region. For example, insect proteins, actually they can unlock 10 times more value in things that we now call waste. Can you imagine we can have a completely new look over our region, and instead of using resources, biomaterials to feed, for example, animals, we actually can utilize the waste instead and unlock 40% more value and more wealth to our regions. But this takes a lot of innovation, meaning science and technology. SMEs are not able to reserve all this capacity inside. So they have to work actively with universities, they have to work actively with the government, and the government must look at this very difficult process and understand that mistakes happen. But we don't have choice. We have to fight with the mistakes and find plan B because we want to stay on the market. So it will be great if governments trust SMEs and accommodate legislative framework that allows these pivots, allows this innovation to take the proper shape, and trust the SMEs lead this process. And I'm here and of course, regions, they have their particularities, their strong points. We have to insist on that on every price. For example, Plovdiv, the the local values of Plovdiv and the products that must be created here. This will shape the region and make it stronger. And if you have stronger regions, you have stronger Europe. And here I would like to say that we are very honored to be members of the EIT Food Scale Hub, Rising Food Stars. I want to thank very much for EIT Food being here and supporting us, because when you work locally and you try to solve the puzzle of innovation and how to implement it successfully on the market, you understand that this talk for conveying your value and finding supporters for your value. It takes transformation in all of them, not only in you. All of the stakeholders, they need also to embrace your change and understand that they have place in this change, and it will be better for them as well, because innovation transforms also traditional sectors. So if everyone is afraid from the word alternative, don't be. Alternative means new picture that accommodates you included, and it will bring benefits for you too. And through EIT Food, we find support how to do this dialogue, because it's universal. It's not only in Bulgaria. It happens everywhere in Europe. But to have the regional key assets, and then to have insights from all over Europe how to do it better, that's very precious. So yes, my final words are, it takes all. We have to be all in the picture and work together.
Thank you, ladies. I took a lot from this panel discussion, I believe, for all of you that are here in the room, but also all of you that are behind the screen. I believe we plan to keep the global picture, but work locally, to build trust with the local stakeholders. And I also learned that it's very important to keep the forefront of the innovations and to invest in risk. But I also plead that we continue with these talks. I believe that also the European Commission should work across the units and across the different policies, because we need to bring much closer to research and innovation the regulation, the taxation, even if you want, so that we accelerate. What I want today, that everything's also take a lot of time, but we need to act, we need to accelerate. So I believe that after the next panel discussion on funding, our next event somewhere else in Europe should be also about these very important legal aspects. And before to let you to the nice coffee break, I was thinking that it's not a bad idea also to start to do these very nice sessions just for kids and pupils in school. Maybe it will be also helpful. Like this also will learn how to talk more understandingly sometimes, but also how to motivate the next generation. Thank you so much. The coffee break is served outside, and in half an hour we start with the next panel discussion. Thank you so much.
So, welcome. I think we should start the second session. Up until everybody will get back, I will try to be the warm-up of the session. I will do my best to raise your attention. I know that we are not the session with the Prime Minister and ministers, but I think that this is the most important session of the day, because you will be able to put questions, and you will be able to have to try to clarify if you don't have enough knowledge what we were talking today and what is about all the day. So I hope that we can manage to have an interesting session. And let me start presenting myself. Today you were listening in several speeches the name of the Bioeast initiative. I am Borna Kovac. My name is Borna Kovac. I am the Secretary General of the Bioeast initiative, which stands for the initiative at the governmental level. I am always emphasizing, because it's important, especially in Eastern Europe, that the political policy level is engaged. And the governmental level initiative gathers 11 Eastern European countries, from the Baltic through the Central Europe and Southeast Europe. So the 11 Central Eastern European countries join their forces to help those countries and those countries' beneficiaries to better perform in research and innovation. And as you know, when we started this initiative more than 5 years ago, we already realized that it's not enough that we are joining forces, but we should understand actually on what we are joining forces, and that was the bioeconomy. And actually none of our countries had a bioeconomy strategy and action plan at that time. Now we are staying a little bit better, and that's where the Bioeast initiative was working in the past 5 years. We try to help the governmental level to understand the horizontal aspects of the bioeconomy. What means this? At policy level, the different ministries should talk together. Today we learned well that bioeconomy is not just agriculture, it's not just forestry, or it's not just water, or it's not just food, or it's not just energy, but it's a horizontal sector which needs to be linked, otherwise we cannot build up the value chains. And here in the past years, the Bioeast initiative, I might say, I know that I am always not satisfied how we go with the Bioeast initiative, but I was always told by the ministries that, Borna, look, we are doing small and slow steps, but we are on the right direction. Yes, we are on the right direction. The ministry started to understand what is bioeconomy, and the coming years, the coming 3-4 years, it's about stakeholder engagement. And let me just emphasize where we were working in the past years. On one hand, we were working on strategic research and innovation agenda in the region for the Central and Eastern European region. We were trying to put on the table of Europe, of the table of the Commission, what are our priorities, and that was important. And now you can see more and more in Horizon the calls and applications that the Central and Eastern Europe is figuring there on the agenda. Another aspect what we are working, it's the science policy discussions, and the third pillar where we are working is the foresighting the future of our region. What do we need for the future? So this is bioeconomy part of the Bioeast initiative, and the last year, almost a year ago, it was a big bioeconomy conference in Brussels, where we brought up the subject of bioeconomization of regions. And since then, we are working also a little bit on then how we can combine different funds, how we can combine research and innovation and other funds which we have in Eastern Europe, Central Eastern Europe, more cohesion funds, structural funds. It's an extremely difficult question. And that's why we think that it's important to engage ourselves such an events like today, where you were listening and learning today about a new tool, Innovation Valleys, and of course, the Innovation Valley was coming with a concept note, and I think this is the greatest and most important piece of work which we have today, the concept note, which is discussing bioeconomy and food. And why is important? Because not just because of research and innovation, it could be a guidance note, concept note for other funds. It could be a note for structural funds. It could be a note of cohesion funds, so the ministries can use that note. And I think that's one of the key messages of today, but it's even more. And now I am a little bit also introducing our session. We need to understand who can participate on those valleys, how we are financing those valleys, how the research and education can help to develop our valleys, so to say, research and innovation valleys, as we call it today. So the session will be about understanding a little bit more on how could work, how can have the different structures, and that's why we invited today on one hand, and that's important, we have online the Deputy Head of Unit from the Commission Research and Innovation Directorate, who is dealing with the research and innovation valleys. And of course, she will not repeat today what John Bell already was saying, but what I'm encouraging you to put questions to her a little bit to see if you have questions which need to be answered, understanding of regional innovation valleys. Then we have here two persons who are dealing with the finances, the financing aspects of bioeconomy. On one hand, we have the acting director, Niccolò Giacomuzzi More, who is the acting director of CBGU. Today was mentioned a few times, and I think this is the most important entity who is helping the industry together with research to develop the future, and we learn about this. Then we have Sébastien Collot, who is a senior engineer in the European Investment Bank. He will present the program of the European Investment Bank of how and what is financed and what can be financed. Then we have Martin Greimer, who is the head of bioeconomy section in the European Bioeconomy Universities, in Vienna's university, but he is leading today the European Bioeconomy Universities Alliance. And we have Marta Mendel, who is the vice rector in the Warsaw University of Life Sciences, and she is representing here for us the University Alliance, the Green European University, Unigreen Alliance, and presenting the role of education. So we have those distinguished guests, distinguished speakers. We will have a panel discussion, and of course, as I was mentioning, we are not here, the Prime Minister not here, but this is the most important section because you can put the questions. So I am encouraging you that to put questions after when we are doing a little bit warm up and a little bit discussions. So by this, I would like to stop here. I would sit down and I would like to ask my guest to speak. First, I have on the monitor already Ekaterina Nikova. She is, as I was telling you, the deputy head of unit. And of course, you most probably, it was already presented by John Bell today. There is a call up on in the air, and we'll close soon in October, mid-October, 17th of October. So probably the Commission cannot talk about the details of that call. But what I would like to ask about from Ekaterina is that what are those experience, what we can conclude, you can conclude from the already made application. So why I'm putting these questions? We would like to see here who were those entities who were applying for the call. A little bit, maybe you can present what are the first impressions of the call, if you can present something about that, and what type of entities were applying to the first call. Is there a visibility of geographical coverage of the applicants? So there are a lot of questions. Please try to answer, and let's see whether there will be other raising questions from the panel. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you hear me well. Please confirm.
Yes.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. And good morning from Brussels, from rainy Brussels, I must say. Hope the weather is better on your side. I'm very excited to be here with you, although virtually, and to speak about regional innovation valleys. And I'll indeed will maybe jump immediately ahead and answer Barna's questions. Is indeed we are in interesting and quite a critical stage of our initiative. Because the calls for proposals for the regional innovation valleys, the free calls for proposals, will be closed on the 17th of October. So really, literally in a few days' time. These calls for proposals will commit 60 million from European Innovation Ecosystem Work Program from Horizon Europe, and also 62 million from I3 work program of DG Regio. However, a month ago, on 18th of September, we have closed the call for expression of interest. That is more political call, and there I can talk about the results already. We have received more than 130 applications from different regions from Europe, and it also shows the big interest and the big mobilization of different regions to apply for this initiative. I think it's a very also good signal for us to see how it will also be supported by the call for proposals. We are also very happy to see that the call for expression of interest had been submitted by the regions in all 5 so-called burning challenges of the regional innovation valleys. To give you some data, we have 57 regions who would like to work in the area of circularity, who committed to work in the area of circularity. 78 regions would like to work on digital transformation. 30 regions have declared that they are interested to work on food security, 57 on fossil fuels, and 34 on healthcare. If we talk about Bulgaria, we are very happy to see one region from Bulgaria on the map. I hope I will pronounce well the name. It's Yuzhny Centralen. If I'm not mistaken, it's a region of Plovdiv who already have expressed the interest. And I know there are also still some organizations in the making, because we are also a little bit assessing the first eligibility criteria before putting and highlighting the regions on the map. Yet again, there are some, what we can say already, there are some countries where really you could see were super interested in this call for expression of interest, and they really mobilized a lot of regions and expressed of interest, and some less. Again, for a moment, I think it's too early to draw any conclusions out of it. Because currently we're going to do the assessment of these regions who just apply for political call of interest, but also the call for proposals in the normal evaluation process. And in March 2024, by that time, we indeed hope to identify the regions who will be entitled to get the regional innovation valleys. So we are it's a little bit early process, but let's see where we get. I mean, again, just to maybe add from my side, seeing this mobilization of regions, I'm quite convinced we will be able to meet the objective of the new European Innovation Agenda that actually had ambition to identify up to 100 regions. To be committed to become regional innovation valleys. I think we can safely say that we will be arriving to this number.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the answer. Let me ask Mr. Giacomuzzi Mori, what is CBGU? How can help us, especially in this region? But that's maybe the first question. First, what is the CBGU?
Yes, I think we have a video, Adrian, if I'm not wrong. So it's a short video that will answer the first part.
Climate change is an existential risk. Depending on fossil resources is only worsening the situation. Simultaneously, the European economy has been affected by the pandemic. To strengthen its autonomy when it comes to strategic resources, Europe must replace finite fossil resources with renewable and sustainable options. Our future must be more sustainable. We can do it together. The European Union has joined forces with the Bio-Based Industries Consortium to create the Circular Bio-Based Europe Joint Undertaking. This unique partnership is building on the success of its predecessor BBIJU, which helped to position Europe as the bioeconomy leader. This was achieved by funding projects that advance competitive, sustainable, and circular European bio-based industries. So far, 14 flagship industrial biorefineries have been built, which have made sustainable bio-based solutions a reality. CBEJU brings together entrepreneurs, scientists, farmers, engineers, investors, and business specialists. Our goal is to speed up the innovation process, deliver competitive bio-based solutions to the market, and make European industries greener and cleaner. Entirely new industries are born, bringing new jobs and sources of income to European regions. Together, we can switch from polluting and non-renewable fossil resources to a fully circular and sustainable bio-based economic system. We can join efforts to advance the circular bioeconomy, to make Europe a climate-neutral continent by 2050, and make the European Green Deal a reality. This is our vision: a resilient and competitive circular economy, producing innovative bio-based products and materials from renewable resources. Drive the change and work with us to unlock the future of the circular bioeconomy in Europe.
I have to say, I always smile when I watch this video. It's really touching. And it gives the right message. The idea is really that CBJU and previously BBI are the instrument that stems from the bioeconomy strategy to drive research and innovation to the market. This is one of the three aspects I would like to underline. And this has been a key of a lot of European research funding that stopped at a certain level, while actually we want to bring it further. And the second aspect I would like to touch upon about CBE is the value chain approach, the idea to bring different actors together. It was mentioned in the video, but it was mentioned today also by John and by the other speakers, the value of actually bringing primary producer, farmers, researcher, companies, business specialists together to really drive the innovation to something that is tangible and can become a marketable product. And this is what we see today. We realized, and John showed the map this morning, a lot of actual existing biorefinery plants. We have even more pilot plants that have been realized through the funding of BBI and CBE. And this is a great achievement, and we are trying to promote it a lot. The third aspect I would like to underline is the participation of SMEs. We have a 40% level of participation of SMEs, both in number and funding. So this is the instrument for innovative SMEs in the area of the bioeconomy, and I think this is a particularly interesting future for our discussion today. Relating to the second question from Barna about how we are promoting the participation to BBI and the support to the bioeconomy project in underrepresented region, our governance is a bit peculiar. We have a state representative group, so every country has its own representative in that group, and we set up together a widening strategy, meaning that we want to widen the participation of underrepresented countries. We go on the field, we promote through national contact points, through our SRG members, but also we meet companies, we meet research center, universities, and like today, actually, and we start seeing some progress in that area. Another action there is in this plan is the involvement of industry on the side of our private partner, because we are a private-public partnership, meaning the bio-based industry consortium. They play a very active role into gathering the interest of industry and feeding it into our programs together with the European Commission. And it is particularly important that companies get into that circle to listen to the discussion, to understand where the sector is going and where there are key investments to be done in the future. A last point I would like to touch upon is definitely we are seeking to have synergies with other programs because we think that we can actually facilitate the life of beneficiaries, of applicants coming from different sectors and areas into finding the right instruments together with ours. So we see, for example, that especially in successful projects all over Europe, from north to east to the west, a successful project typically receives support from the European level, from us, but also there is involvement from local funding bodies. There is often the support from the EIB. We will listen to Sebastian right after. There are large companies involved, but also the local authorities, the regions, and even the municipalities. And this helps into valorizing the value chains from the start to the end, because what we do actually is a very strong resilience value, especially for local communities.
Thank you very much. Still with finances, Mr. Colo, I would like to ask, is there any program for bioeconomy in EIB? You are working on that. There are possibilities for the regions or for companies working with you and with your help?
Yeah, thank you for this question, Barna. And first, I'm very honored and it's a great pleasure to be here today for the Regional Innovation Valley, specifically in the University of Agriculture of Plovdiv. And maybe I will introduce what is EIB. It may not be obvious for some of you. The EIB is the financial arm of the European Union, owned by member states. And since its inception in 1958, it has invested around €1 trillion across EU and globally in 160 countries. The main objective of the bank is to support specific areas such as climate and environment, innovation, cohesion, small and medium enterprises, sustainable energies, as well as sustainable cities and regions. Specifically, and we come to the bioeconomy, a few years ago we have elaborated the Climate Bank Roadmap on which the bank committed to increase the volume towards climate action and environmental sustainability, to have at least 50% of its lending volume towards climate action, on which this document established some rules and directions, and bioeconomy has the principle established in it. When it comes to a bioeconomy project, and by being engineer in agriculture and bioeconomy acting for the EIB, we are financing projects across the sector. So we had the definition this morning that defined the bioeconomy from primary production, which is quite important for the rest of the value chain, the processing, and also the distribution. All these activities up and downstream have been financed by the EIB across some projects. And to give you some orientation, and we have came across also these names or this purpose this morning, but we finance food security projects, food quality, innovation and climate smart agriculture, as well as rural development and biodiversity restoration. As a volume, because it's important to know what we do, the last 5 years, so 2018, 2022, the bioeconomy accounted in terms of lending volume around 25 billion euros for the EIB, 80% of it within EU and 70% for small and medium enterprises, which is the key cornerstone for the economy, of course. For this, how we finance to the bioeconomy, we have several products. First, we have to tackle mainly SMEs and small projects. We have what we call intermediated loans. So we provide a loan to partner banks in countries with specific objective, of course, the SMEs and mid-cap, plus objective for the agriculture and bioeconomy, such as support to young farmers, support to biogas production, renewable energy, and so and so. Food security as well. We have also some what we call framework loan. So it's loan to programs like rural development programs, and we finance the state contribution of this rural development program. And we have, maybe more important here, direct loan to project to finance infrastructure, productive assets, as well as research and innovation. So through this direct loan to counterparts, private or public, we build a project with the counterparts We have, I would say, a minimum intervention of around 15 million, 1.5. It means that because we are bound to finance only 50% of a project, it leads to a project around 30 million minimum. For that, and specifically for innovation in the bioeconomy, we count on what we call the InvestEU guarantee, which is an important tool for us to unlock the innovation part due to the risk associated with the biomass, with the market, as well as with the technology. Without it, it's quite difficult in the field of SMEs and innovative project to be financed in banking side. Yeah, I hope.
Thank you very much. Yes, we will come back with still, and I hope also the audience will have some questions. Thank you, Sebastian. I will turn to the colleagues coming more from research and education. Mr. Greimer, Martin, I would like to ask in your quality of leading now the EBU, the European Bioeconomy Universities Alliance, how you see how the universities can help to develop further and in the I wanted to say the shortage in the innovation valleys of on bioeconomy and the food system. How you can help the future applicants, how they can, whether you can at all help in this process, please.
Well, thank you for inviting me. Unfortunately, I don't have a video like Nikolai has for explaining what the European Bioeconomy University is, but we are working on it. I have seen the advantage of presenting such a video. Well, the European Bioeconomy University Alliance is an alliance started 4 years ago with 6 universities all over Europe. We now have increased since September by 2 other universities. Warsaw is sitting beside me, so that has been now to 8 universities. We are not funded externally, so it's internal funded. The universities have decided that it is so important to unite and to combine their knowledge that they are funding it by themselves. We are not only academic, we also have 3 associated members. BioEast is one of them. So there is, on the political stakeholder part, we have the BioEast. We also have the industry included. The European Bioplastics Association is part of our associated members. And we have the producers of biomass, some of them, like the European Forest Partnership. So it's quite a diverse partnership, very good fitting into the bioeconomy, which is holistic, which is diverse, which is interdisciplinary, which we have heard today, and which have different backgrounds. And this is also our strength, that we have this background. Some of our universities have a focus on the social issues of the bioeconomy, some of them on the environmental issues, some of them on the economic issues. And additionally, we have the background that we have different biomass availability. There is the availability from the forest side. We have strong partners, Sweden and Finland, for instance, providing us with knowledge from the forest side. We have agriculture, of course, Italy, Austria, France, universities that are involved in it. But today we have heard also about some new ideas of biomass that can be part of the bioeconomy, insects, algae, yeast, for instance. And there we also have some of the universities that focus on this new biomass availability. So this is the background. What would be in for the regions? Well, I would see is there are so many different initiatives now coming up. All of them have some background and try to find knowledge out of it. And this would be the advantage of EBU having providing this knowledge, providing this different knowledge. You don't have to invent the wheel new. There is quite a lot already in there. It's fragmented, yes. We will try to find out if there is a question in one area that cannot be addressed by one university, and you never can address all questions by just one university, but maybe your partners have an answer to that question, have already made some ideas, made some research on it that can help you in the regions, with your background, with your special needs to advance in that question. And I think that is what the EBU could do.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Ms. Mendel. Marta, how you see from the Unigreen University Alliance this point of how you can contribute to the development of the concept in the regions?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here, and it's really a pleasure to talk not only on behalf of my university, but also on the Green European University, and I think in general about European universities, as we can see it a little bit broader. Well, universities are made to collaborate, so networking is the heart of the university, and this is why it's a very good starting point. As you know, every university is based on 3 pillars. We focus on research, and that topic has been already covered by Martin, so I'm not going to explore it anymore. It is teaching and learning, and obviously outreach to the society. So I think all 3 of them should and can benefit from collaboration with regional innovation valleys, including the one on bioeconomy and food systems. And I see at first, at a glance, when I talk about education, at least 2 possibilities. First of all, we need to prepare new generation to be ready to interact with those valleys in a few years. So it's not only about searching for people who are able to make this collaboration today, but also to have a vision how to develop it. And this is why I think universities are responsible for developing, I would call it, game changers. And we need to make those young people capable to deal with attitudes like entrepreneurship, green transition, digitalization, and so on. So my first idea would be to include stakeholders from regional innovation valleys to rethink our curricula. So people are really challenged with real problems and also have a chance to get to know what are the current solutions, and that should open their eyes what are the possible future solutions for challenges we face today. So it's creativity, innovative thinking, thinking out of the box. I think that's what we expect from this new generation. And the way how we can involve stakeholders from regional innovation valleys could be as easy as having them as visiting professors or people engaged directly in teaching, sending students for internships, practicing real case studies. There are so many active forms of learning and teaching. We can arrange hackathons, for example, to really challenge students with what is happening. And then we can also move to more sophisticated or advanced steps of collaboration, thinking about startups, spin-offs, accelerators, innovation hubs, and so on. So that would be the first part. And then I also think that the university is responsible for creating and implementing the idea of lifelong learning. It's becoming more and more important and also popular. And just to give you one example how I can imagine to join those 2 partners in one initiative, that could be, for example, a micro-credential. As you might know, this is a short form of learning that starts from identification of skills that are needed in the labor market, but does not come from already existing study programs. And I think this is the regional innovation valley stakeholders that could indicate what are those skills, and the university or networks of universities. And I think Unigreen is a very good example in case of responding to regional, local needs in the field of agriculture, food systems, life sciences in broad. So once we know what are the needed skills, the university expertise, but also resources, facilities, equipment can be used to provide those new skills. And this is also a form of education that is very flexible, so we can modify it dependent on current needs. So that would be my first answer to your question, those 2 ways.
Excellent, thank you very much. Burning questions from the audience, because, yeah, I have a lot also on my side. Still, we should continue, yes? Is there, it's coming the microphone.
Just a question to Ms. Novikova, because we know the second deadline, which is 17th of October, but and the applicants for the regional innovation valleys already registered as candidates have been also advised to search for partners for other regional innovation valley candidates and to make something like clusters or something. So can you elaborate a little bit more on that, also in relation to financing? Because obviously there are, I don't know, more than 200 and something, I couldn't remember. But how it will also impact financing if they first have kind of preliminary formation like a cluster, and if they cannot register as a cluster until 17th of October, what will happen next to those that couldn't do this? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Popov. I would add the question still also, because I also had in my mind to put a same type of question or a little bit linked with this for Ms. Novikova. You had also a matchmaking workshop with regions, and what is your experience from that? And that is a little bit linked also with this. It would be good to have some elaboration on how and whom should be further promoted with the and also related with the new concept. Please, Ms. Ekaterina.
Yes, thank you very much. For me, the questions are very clear. I will just try to do my best to also answer it in very clear manner. Because once we talk about the political call of interest, that also we are linking here this matchmaking event, where we actually did our best also from the European Commission side to facilitate the connectedness between the interested partner as much as we can. Why? Because basically this initiative focuses on regions, and what we during the discussions with different stakeholders of the regions, we find out that sometimes also this communication within the certain regions are maybe not optimal. So our objective and what we try to push through this matchmaking event that we had on the 12th of September, but also through different our outreach activities, and also through activities of different networks, for example, like ERIN or IRADA, is actually to bring different actors together to learn more about the calls and also to understand how they can work together. Because once we are coming, you have to think the following. When we talk about the political call of interest, we primarily obviously want to identify the regions. If there's some stakeholders who wants to apply as a university, for example, to express their interest to become regional innovation valleys, we are very happy to have this application, but it should be backed up by the letter from the region. Why? Because by very obvious reason that label of regional innovation valleys by logic must be given to the regions. We cannot give it just by individual participant, right? But then important notion to keep in mind for the call for proposals, because here we are talking about different call for proposals, and each of them have different set of eligibility requirements. And then it's very important to read exactly what our requirements are. If you talk about European Innovation Ecosystem Work Program, we ask the consortium to have the minimum 5 regions from more developed and less developed countries. But this is a minimum eligibility criteria. It means that other actors, like for example, municipality, city, university, can also be part of the consortium. So it's really depending on whether you're applying for funding or you're applying just for this, for the label, to having a label for regional innovation valleys. That would basically drive your decision on which role and how you would participate. Not to complicate the matters further, but I just think I need to mention it. In the regional innovation valleys, call for proposals for European innovation ecosystems, we also envisage the support to the third parties. It meaning that the selected consortium that going to be designated for this call will be also able to launch their own calls for the different entities within these regions to work on specific interregional projects. So it would be another way for you, like, I mean, as an entity to participate in this initiative through this support to third party and participation in the specific interregional projects that are going to be selected by the consortium. So this is like a little bit complex overview, I guess, but I hope it brought a little bit of clarity who can and who cannot participate in the initiative.
You feel okay with the answer? You wanted to ask whether the next call proposal, can you participate or not, or how you can participate, but up to my understanding, there will be several calls coming up in the coming months, years, no? Yeah, please.
Should I answer?
Yeah, it's okay. Yes, if you still have in short, you can answer, yes.
I just want to comment about the next steps, right? Because it's also, I do understand that now we are in this critical step when the call for proposals are closing on 17th of October, and someone might feel that maybe they were not sufficiently informed and maybe just too late to participate. I can assure you that this initiative brought forward 117 million support, from 100 million from Horizon Europe and 70 million from international investment instruments of I3 from Regio. And currently for this particular calls, we earmark 60 million from Horizon Europe program. So we have 40 more millions to give, to distribute for the next years. And in 2025, we will have the calls. Again, hard to say it. I mean, we also will learn on the examples of these calls, how the process is going, and then we will see if it would be similar call or we adjust it. But there will be certainly continuation of on this initiative. And again, it's very much rhymes with what Marta has been presented about the future developments of the years of development. Because this call, I just would like to underline, it doesn't come from nowhere. It is built on the smart specialization strategies that had been already developed in the regions for years. It had been already on the good cooperation in the regions that had been already collaborating and building in their areas of specialization, clusters, different partnerships. So, I mean, it doesn't come from nowhere, and obviously it just will be developed further. And also that is the reason why we are, focusing on the regions, particularly because within the regions, there are a lot of actors which we want to collaborate together towards this initiative.
Thank you very much. Still a burning question. Yes, please.
My name is Dimitri Gishin, and we worked closely with Agricultural University. I'm a chairman of the management board of the Innovations Plovdiv. We have applied for our region, South Central region of Bulgaria, and we were recognized as a region interested in developing Regional Innovation Valley. On Wednesday, today is Friday, we have till Monday, there is one working day, and therefore we need help in matchmaking. If you have some information in other valleys that have formed already some consortium, some cluster who has intention to apply, please give us advice with whom to address, because we have no time for this call, but we are eager to be involved, because we are already on the map, but it is not enough to be on the map. It is better to be involved in a project. So if some people from other valleys, from we say Finland, Ireland, Austria are very, and the other question is what kind of consortium must we make? Just in food field or with other valleys with some other profile? Because we are in food sector, we're in increasing global food security, especially bioeconomy, biofield, yes, about food. Can we do some partnership with circular economy, digital transformation, or other field of profile of values?
Clear. A lot of questions and comments. Ekaterina, maybe you can answer shortly. I know that it's an open call and then you cannot comment on that much, but please, if you can, shortly to answer on those questions.
Well, I think in one day, it's very ambitious to also go to other burning challenges as digital transformation and any other ones. So again, I think if your region specializes in food security, for you, the best bet is to look for the partners in the same. For the matchmaking purposes, if you look on the map, you could see some partners who are already working on this food security things. And actually the event of 12th of September was meant exactly by that, to give, and I would say that was already a little bit last opportunity for the regions, because the call for expression of interest was launched at the end of March, to collaborate and to find the partners together. So obviously the timing is a little bit short. However, I think what is important to say that if you are already on this matchmaking map, and there also going to be this evaluation process for these regions who express the call for expression of interest to receive this regional innovation values label. It will not be backed up by the financing. That, of course, it's important to understand, because the financing could be provided only through the successful applicants for the call for proposals. However, if you're already on the map as a region, it's already the first step for you to be recognized as the regional innovation values at the end of March 2024. Of course, also subject to certain evaluation procedure that's going to be for these regions who express their interest.
Thank you very much. Yes, still questions. I have also for the panel. Please go on. Please present yourself.
Yes, good afternoon or good morning. My name is Dries Maas. I'm policy advisor for the Bioeconomy from Flanders. Flanders is a region in Belgium.
Here is the good connection, you see? The good connection with Flanders.
Hello. We'll talk later.
Matchmaking. Sorry.
Well, one of the reasons I'm here is actually this region innovation valley system. I don't understand it at all. We have been discussing this theme or this concept in our administration for weeks. The questionnaire has been going up and down our hierarchy for weeks. We can't understand it. One of the reasons is that, for instance, we can only choose one specialization. You mentioned circular, digital, food, dependence on fossil fuels and healthcare. Only one we can choose. Bioeconomy is for all of them important. And then secondly, what are the criteria to be selected? If we are not selected, can our R&D actors still participate in calls? Because the call part, the calls for I3 instrument and the call for the EIE, these are things we understand. We know the rules, we know how it works. We know how it works for co-funding, that we can follow. But if we are not a regional innovation valleys, can our actors, can our universities, can our SMEs, can they still participate or not? How important is it? What is actually the added value of this label for our partners?
Thank you very much. That's a tough question for us, of course, but I think we are here to have those type of questions. I must also share with you that when I try to mobilize people for this conference, they had the same questions. Who can apply? How can apply? If it's not an official entity, a region, can they or should they apply or not? And this was a valid question. Ekaterina, I know that you already answered a little bit this question a few minutes ago. Maybe you can repeat very shortly on how you see this and what was asked by this.
I will not repeat, I maybe add to what I have said already before, and also explain you the logic if you wonder why do we have this call for expression of interest if we have the call for proposals, and as you know, as you say also yourself, their eligibility criteria are very clear, they're set up, and then of course you also get funding, right, that supports your proposals. The reason why we have this call for expression of interest is very simple. It's not a secret that we have limited funding, and we will identify only certain amount of successful regions who will pass, who will be funded by the European Innovation Ecosystems or by I3 calls. Does it mean that the regions who didn't apply to these calls or were not funded by these specific calls cannot be regional innovation valleys? That we were like really reflecting on the political level, and we said that actually it would be quite, let's say, unfair, and it would give also very limited views on who are the most innovative regions in Europe, who are the regions who collaborate on interregional projects with other regions in 5 burning challenges, but maybe not applying to these calls or not receiving the funding. So this is the, let's say, the reason why we say that you can be labeled Regional Innovation Valley even without having the financing through these particular 2 calls, 3 calls that are currently open.
Thank you very much. I would like a little bit to turn to the panel, because we have speakers here, and still some questions to them. Nicolo, you are here, and it's obvious question. How the CBGU could mobilize behind the concept of RIB, and especially in bioeconomy and food system?
Yes, it is interesting to see also from the map that was shown today with our project that there are some areas in some regions that are particularly active in the activities of CBGU and receive some funding. So definitely there are some regions we expect to come forward as regional innovation valleys for the bioeconomy. We think that this could help in strengthening existing partnership, but could also facilitate new partnerships for applying to our grants, for example. But one idea, when I was reading the objective of the innovation agenda, could be also actually, for example, what we are looking at today is how to support the replication of existing plants, of existing biorefineries in other areas of Europe. And what if these regional authorities could support that in that sense? That could be one type of development that could be explored. And of course, we look forward to the closure of the calls. We would like to see the results, because then, since we have annual cycles of programming and we have still quite a considerable amount of funding to be attributed over the next 8 years, for us it could be interesting to see if there are some synergies possible, maybe linking with some regional innovation valleys existing or future, of course. But so this is the flexibility also offered by our programming cycles, that we can adapt to new priorities and emerging challenges.
Thank you very much. Still with finances, Sebastian. I would ask a little bit still with maybe you have some examples on what you were financing, especially in the context of this new concept node of bioeconomy and food system. I wrote for myself here also, is there any connection with the social agenda, of course, of the European social agenda, and in general, how you see what can be financed and how we can promote the concept node?
Thank you. That's a good question, and it may have some answer in practical terms and project examples. First, I already mentioned the type of product that EIB provide as a financing to a project, but it has to be specifically for the concept nodes targeting development of technology, new technology or new market, that has unclear and market barrier. In fact, when it comes to, for example, we had the presentation of insect protein from Maria Alexandrova for Nasecomo, but there are still also some policy caveats sometimes on the and legal framework that is missing for some of the innovative projects. We have also, and it was to mention here that we have an EIB advisory team on which project holders also can describe and propose their project in EIB and have some help to as a pre-due diligence and a way to address some bankability issues or financing options. So we have in our website the Innovation Finance Hub, on which promoters can promote their own project. And we have also, it was to mention the InvestEU portal, so of the Commission, of which project holder can also describe what they could bring as an innovative project. Maybe as a project example, quickly, because I know that we have over time, but we have since recently seen many proposals in the bioeconomy and also in terms of innovation, many small granular projects, I would say, but highly innovative, built by the increasing knowledge that are building in EU thanks to universities and knowledges. But we had the intervention of alternative proteins, so from insect, for example, or from food base, also culture cells, which is an area quite in a gray zone. But we have such kind of project. We talked this morning about zero waste. So we had seen sustainable fish farming with the zero waste concept, which is quite innovative in the sense that it brings environmental benefit. You mentioned algae. It's true that we also have plenty of possibilities to produce bioplastic that are biodegradable, and we are praising project in that sense. Biopesticide as well, it's a strong momentum for us as a project proposal, also driven by the reduction of pesticide, I would say the most harming pesticide, and we need to find a solution for farmers to produce the same biomass and food. So there are also an increasing demand on that. It is also interesting to mention that we finance research and development program for the plant breeding, which is also linked with the innovativeness of valorizing the biomass, because by maintaining the volume of food production can be crop, perennial crop or non-perennial crop, but by increasing the capabilities of the plant to resist to abiotic and biotic more adverse factors, that is also quite important for us as an objective. And maybe if in very few seconds to give you some example in the wide regions, we recently have signed a program in Hungary for the extraction of isolate proteins. So with this company, we built a program, meaning that we took some components, we financed the research program as well they have for isolating the protein and finding a solution to scale up their plant-based solution. We have here in Bulgaria finance the innovation on meat processing and also edible oil production unit. We have in Poland finance some recently a biopropylene glycol unit and also a bioethanol from straw. which is in implementation purpose, as well as still from straw. We have example of project like arabinoxylan extraction from the cells. And this is a project that requests a lot of funding model, long-term, risky as well. So that's why on phase the fact that InvestEU guarantee from the Commission is important to make this project bankable.
Thank you very much. So a lot of good examples. Still allow me to ask the panel members, Martin, I also would like to refer back to the first panel where one element was mentioned, the trust. How the e-book can help a little bit to build up this trust part of
Thank you, Bana. I think you are referring more or less to the third aspect of bioeconomy, the social aspect of bioeconomy. I've seen today, and we have talked about this, that the technology part and the technology aspects, there is funding behind it. Yes, there will be challenges. Yes, there will be solutions, and I'm quite confident that there are. I do think there is a connection to the environmental aspects of bioeconomy, and yes, nowadays technology and environmental aspects are close together, seen together. There is no diversion like it has been in the past. But looking at the social aspects of the bioeconomy, and this is the trust building, and this is within each region, I think there's something lacking. We have organized, the EBU has organized a month ago scientific forum where we concentrated on two parts. On the one hand, on the youth, involving the young generation, and on the other hand, the social issues and the social aspects of bioeconomy. And I can assure you the discussion has been very, very different than the discussion has been today. So maybe that's not to run the risk in the future to forget a bit this. I think we should also take this more into consideration. We invited psychologists, we invited foresight people, we invited social science experts, and they are quite new on this sector of the bioeconomy. There was new ideas, new possibilities, new views and standpoints that came into it, and I do think that's also very important to diverse this into the regional aspects, because the views and the social aspects in the northern countries are quite different than the ones in the east and southeast countries. And I do think maybe as a challenge for the future for this regional innovation valley is to take these social aspects serious and to provide also some of the budget towards answering those social aspects.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting part which you brought in with the young generation and also the differences and the social aspects. Marta, let me also turn towards you with my last question, a little bit what you can do with UniGreenNet in promoting the concept.
Thank you, Bana. So let me tell you what actually UniGreen is. It is, of course, a European university, but it's a very special one because it consists of universities with very strong focus and profile. So all of them are dedicated to sustainable agriculture, green biotechnology, life and environmental sciences. So it's not coincidental that we gathered together. And I think we are natural partners for different regions and initiatives that are created bottom-up, from the bottom-up approach. So, of course, we look very much to our territorial potentials, strength, but also weaknesses. And I think those weaknesses can be actually sometimes the starting point. These are the issues that we should address in the first line based on strength of our partners. We were talking today in the morning about twinning, and I think in our case, we can reach it in a double way. First of all, we can try to support each other and look for synergies between regions in different parts of Europe. And secondly, we can look at this in a more local sense and then look for partnership between regional innovation valleys and universities. So this is the first, I think, type of activities that we can take together. We should definitely focus on establishment of clear objectives that are beneficial on both sides. So we need to have win-win situation, otherwise it's always going to be steered and not coming from our hearts and real needs. And when this is done, then I think there are lots of actions that we can undertake together, starting from creating and developing citizen science. And this is also partially the answer to your previous question to how to build the trust. Citizen sciences, it's a new approach that we only start to develop if we engage people and they feel their voice matters. Then I really think we can get much more together. Joint research centers, internship programs, knowledge transfer, sharing spaces. That's obviously what we can do in partnership. What I also think is nice to think about is continuous feedback and monitoring of those actions. So we don't copy actions that are once implemented, but based on how they are evaluated, change and modify pathways. And to give you very precisely examples that we would like to implement within UniGreen, that would be our knowledge triangle program, ecological footprint compensation program, as those universities are so much about mobilities, for example, and then we need to find a solution how to combine ideology of sustainability and also enhance direct interaction. Skills and monitoring labs for employability and entrepreneurship, and so on. So I guess that the list could be really, really long, and I hope for good collaboration in that case.
Thank you very much. It was signaled a few minutes ago that my session was terminated. Still, I am abusing the microphone. Is there any burning question in the... I see there. Please go on. Ask.
Since you gave me the nice opportunity.
But not a long comment, it's a question.
Yeah, it's a question. So I'm really happy that people are recognized here and the talents are something that are crucially important in bioeconomy today. So my question is, what is the opportunity to move about within the REEF system personnel that is like junior, senior personnel, people who have already finished education, have a certain degree of experience, and are the ones that can take leadership of these new challenges, because this is something that is crucially important now in the field. So going beyond education and then having real access to these talents. Thank you.
Complex question. You targeted for somebody, but on one hand, I would like to answer on my side this. As you see the program, we think that it's very important to have the young generation also on the table. It was very much emphasized here. And also the seniority, which it's important on this regard. But now we are talking about a complex tool, and we have to figure out how we can embed those different, let's say, interests, but actually point of views. And I think where could give us an opportunity, as it was presented by the university networks or EBU, where clearly they would engage also on the social aspect, on the trust building, because the citizens' trust, what we need at the end, it's very important there in this process. And I think on there, the young generation and also, as you were asking, the senior generation should play a role. And I think we have to think together with them. I don't know whether somebody on the panel would like to add something.
Just a very short comment. In the idea of European universities, there is also a chance to be involved as so-called associate partner. And I think this is the easiest way to get connected and to give input to universities, to this strategic action plan, and also to be a player. So that would be my advice, how to approach those networks.
Thank you very much. So it's my role to close the session and thank for all the speakers, valuable speakers, for your contribution. Thank you very much for participating, and thank you also for the audience for staying with us and putting the questions. I hope that during the break you can approach also the speakers, but also the colleagues here, and you can exchange the contacts. So thank you very much on my behalf. Here will be some comments from the organizers. Please, Mr. Popov.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is also probably the last speaker, Katrin Yogi, Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador. If she's here, please, please.
So, I am beyond honored to be here as one of the EU Bioeconomy Youth Ambassadors, proudly representing Estonia and Fibenol. Fibenol is one of the few, or one of the two, large-scale biorefineries in the Baltic states. With that, I ensure that I am very well familiar with the challenges, not only from the industry perspective, but coming from a region that is often considered left behind, especially when it comes to bioeconomy and investments in biotechnology. The essence of regional innovation valleys for bioeconomy and food systems aims to bring together cutting-edge technology, groundbreaking research, and innovative entrepreneurs to address some of the most pressing challenges of our time: climate change mitigation, building resilient food systems, reducing dependency on non-renewable resources, and achieving circular bioeconomy. In these valleys, we should witness the fusion of science and business, fostering transformation of ideas into real-world applications by accelerating development of novel biotechnologies, sustainable agriculture practices, and advanced food production methods in ways that are not only environmentally friendly, but also economically viable. I'm not here to address whether our current metrics to measure the success of our economic models are outdated or not, but we badly need innovation and technology to decouple economic growth from resource use, to reduce emissions and enhance resource efficiency. However, in real life, the path of innovative products to enter the market and staying there is far from smooth. I guess you are all familiar with the term valley of death. This phrase represents the critical juncture between concept development and commercial scale, where many promising innovations fall due to a lack of support measures. The valley of death is characterized by insufficient funding, regulatory hurdles, and market uncertainties. Innovative startups, despite their immense potential, often fall in there, unable to bridge the gap between initial research and market-ready product. This valley is where dreams are crushed and potentially world-changing technologies go unrecognized. It is here that the role of policymakers becomes crucial. To navigate the valley of death successfully, startups and innovative products require supportive ecosystems. This includes access to early-stage funding, streamlined regulatory processes, and market incentives. Quite often, the new innovative products, even if they have remarkable properties, are not price competitive with the alternatives already established on the market. And I'm talking about low CO2 footprint, safe, functional products that are a little bit more expensive. So, policymakers, please recognize the important role of bioeconomy and sustainable food systems in addressing global challenges. By crafting policies that encourage investments, streamline regulatory pathways, and provide financial incentives, you can empower innovation not only to survive, but thrive. In conclusion, regional innovation valleys hold great potential for innovation, generating new technologies, sustainable practices, and value chains that can reshape our bioeconomy and food systems. To do that, we need to work together. Industry, policymakers, regions, institutions, and organizations. Together, we can ensure that promise of bioeconomy and sustainable food systems is not lost in the valley of death, but blossoms into brighter, more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
And we are approaching the end of this conference, and I'm asking Mr. John Bell to say a few concluding words, please.
Благодаря, Vladimir. So, very intense. I think people realize something is shifting here or at home or wherever you are watching this. What you see is a new level of ambition and a new level of practicality to address actually what Katerina was talking about at the end. We need to move from the value of death to the value of regeneration. We need the innovation valleys to turn what is a series of obstacles and difficulties into structuring, organization, financing, investment, reskilling, and regional reconnection processes, and we need to apply by the deadlines. It's quite interesting. I mean, the layering of interventions, it's not just people rolling into this great place. You can see there are years now of really development of thinking and policy and education and university connections and industrial investment. We're actually moving from aspiration to realization, and it's becoming rooted in the regional realities of different parts of Europe. Commissioner Ivanova underlined that this is a priority for innovation, that we need to actually give an opportunity, the opportunity that's explicit now in this part of Europe, to develop the bioeconomy, to build on the biotech initiative and move forward, in particular with the BioEast initiative, and to use this thematic innovation motor to structure and answer some of the questions we've heard raised here. I think Minister Stoyanova, who's saying that Europe is betting on biotechnology and the bioeconomy, this is a very strong and a very thoughtful intervention, reflected indeed, I think, in the tone and in some of the remarks of Prime Minister Dankov later. She also talked about the commercialization to get the ideas into organizations, companies and industries and value systems. Prime Minister Dankov has been, I mean, just remarkable that he was actually present here, showing the importance both of this place, this community, and it's a vision of Europe from this part of Europe. And people should recognize that you are adding to how Europe understands itself and its future here. And I think his presence here, for me, was very inspirational. But again, he was in both public and private talking about the opportunity here with this window on biotechnology on the regional basis and the need to stop this fragmentation that we have and to structure and connect, whether it's universities or industries or ecosystems or regions or whatever, and that we need to take this forward. And he was very strong on the need for what is called BioEast, but for this part of Europe to really be a motor of this transformation. We've seen a lot of very thoughtful and indeed very dense interventions on where we are. I mean, I think the CBE video that Nicolo showed, you can see what's already there and where we are. So it's about getting involved and interacting with these processes to build the first of a kind biorefineries in places where it's obvious that they should be taking place, and to get involved actively in partnership and networking. We've seen the examples of the regional realities of what is happening in the project from the Ruhr, the discussions that were taking place in different parts of Europe. The Prime Minister was very struck by the fact that these things are actually happening. We need to unpack these and share these and demonstrate these and replicate these and take them forward. Because transition is not just in the eye of the beholder. Real communities face real difficulty with change, and what we're working on here really is a game changer in terms of the ability of local and regional communities, which very often feel they're far away from decision making, can actually get some agency in terms of moving towards both sustainable economies, but also to places where they want their children and families and that to continue to grow up in the way in which they want things to be. So it's a very promising initiative. We've seen from our colleague in the European Investment Bank, you know, there is not a lack of money here or lack of finance. Whether things are bankable or ready or how they can meet. I mean, this again requires us to get ourselves organized. And you can see whether we're looking at what is happening on, what is the phrase they used to use? We need to increase our biomass appeal. Well, you know, you can see that the uses and the applications and the nature of biomass are shifting and changing. But actually it's the ability to think about how value and innovation can be brought to what is, in whatever way, a limited resource to generate the kind of value chains on the ground, industrial and economic opportunities in real places in different parts of Europe. you know, if you have biological resources, you can be part of this transformation. You don't have to be Silicon Valley. You don't have to have 150 years of really expensive physical particle accelerators to do this. And I think Plovdiv shows that that is possible. So I think this is very promising. I think we've also seen the role of the university. I think Martin raised it as well. You know, universities are curious places in many respects, but they're becoming these lighthouses for transformation, transition, for connecting different organizations in different places. And this is to be encouraged and supported as we move forward. And whether we're talking about the life sciences in Warsaw, and you're talking about all the different the hubs and the spin-offs and all that, you know, the place of whatever we mean by a university, I think at a time when nobody really trusts anything, is really important in terms of convening and bringing together the different parts of the value chain and of society in driving this and putting roots on what transition means. So this Green Deal transition is not about some abstract concepts. It's about better places to live and better places to farm and better places to do industry and better places for the next generation to look forward to think this is a better economy and society and ecology. Finally, on your behalf, I want to thank everybody who's organized this. I have, you know, so many of my colleagues here who are, you know, very patiently sitting there enduring, listening to me yet again, who've put in a huge amount of work with their colleagues here from the University of Plovdiv. On your behalf, I'd like to offer them a round of applause to Adrian and the whole team, and Vlado and Daniel and the whole team here. And to Rector Yankeva, again, thank you for the hospitality. These things just don't happen like this. And to my friend and colleague, Professor Popov, and to, I think Karina did a great job in very difficult circumstances this morning, and she's an extraordinary bridge between what we're trying to do here and what we're trying to do in other parts of Europe. And to all of you for Barna and all of those who've mobilized and kept us focused. I hope at home you're still awake and ready for the next piece of biomass, which is lunch. And I wish you all an innovative spirit, and let's be ambitious, and let's see the next time we meet to discuss, we're talking about more examples of success. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, some concluding words also from my side. First of all, I would like to thank the Commission, personally, Mr. John Bell, and the Unit of Bioeconomy and Food Systems, because we started to talk about this conference in the beginning of this year, very early. There was a moment where we've been thinking whether to organize this conference. We've been in doubt because of some other circumstances, but I insisted that it should be here, and I'll tell you why. Because we've been talking about these synergies and linkages and collaborations. And actually, Nicolo is right. For instance, BBI is providing access and opportunities for all these regional innovation valleys. We saw how many, more than 200, to get together. And if they get together, they can also apply for the BBI funds with very good projects. For instance, the European Investment Bank, again, providing access to funds. Universities and university alliances. All the universities are actually open structures. Now we see them as innovation brokers. This is the new word for the universities, and we have to perceive them as innovation brokers, because they are so open to the society, to all the sectors of the economy and society. So we have to bear in mind that our people here at the universities are not only teachers and researchers, but also social brokers, social and economic brokers. I would like to call them like this. And on the top of this, I don't know how often you go to the rural areas, but I'll tell you as a matter of fact, Bulgaria, 85% of Bulgarian territory is designated as rural areas. Can you imagine? So for us, and another fact, since 1990, from 9 million population, we are now less than 7 million. So if we talk about all these initiatives, all these policy programs and projects, that are rightly directed to tackle the depopulation of rural areas, we have to make them and take them and make them work in synergy, in collaboration. And this is the message also to our friends and colleagues from the Commission, because I have a really very long list of points that I took today. I can give you this list, as I have done 5 years ago when there was a Food 2030 conference. And I remember that at that time, Food 2030 was perceived something like, I don't know, something fantastic, terra incognita, etc., etc. But it is happening. After 5 years, it is happening, John. Bioeconomy and food systems, isn't it? Oh, really? Okay. Thank you, Peter. So what we are saying here, and even before, actually it happened even before the Green Deal was announced. So can you imagine that in 2018, we have designed 10 pathways for transition to sustainable food systems. 10 pathways. There is a document as an outcome of this conference. And we are following these 10 pathways. But transition means action, as John said. We have to act now, because otherwise we're getting too late, especially looking to the young generation in the rural areas, John, because these areas are over-depopulated even now, even more nowadays. So with these final thoughts, I'll thank you very much. Food is waiting for us, some biomass, as John said. Thank you very much for coming in Plovdiv as well. This is a beautiful town. Some say it's 8,000-year-old. So you have opportunity to visit and enjoy these sunny days in Plovdiv. Barna, you want to say something? Yeah?
Yes, because I didn't want to close, and I would give you back the floor.
Yeah.
On my behalf, on behalf of the BIOEST initiative, on behalf of the 11 countries governmental level, I would like to thank this possibility. On one hand, for the host, for you, that we are here, and I would like to emphasize again for the Commission, John Bell, thank you very much, Peter, Adrian, Laura, Thomas, colleagues, all from the Commission. It's important to come in the region. It's important to send this signal. Its message is important. As it was said, it's very shocking, the number. In 20, 30 years, you lose 2 million people.
Yep.
We need to bring back the value-added process in the region. We need to bring back those people in the region, so we can do it if we add value here in the available biomass, if we add value to the processes here. So I would like to thank you. It's very important. It's very important that we are here, and I hope that also we can organize similar events in other Eastern European countries with the help of the Commission. Peter, thank you very much for allowing us and putting this possible. Thanks for all. Thanks for everybody for participation.
Thanks very much to our panel keynote speakers, panel 1 keynote speakers as well. And we hope to see you soon. The next one is Future of Food Conference, which is on the 26th of October in Brussels. So probably with some of you we'll meet there. So have a nice day and success. Thank you. Bye.